Hello, hello. It's me, Code Eric. Back with another stream. Hang on, let me tweet really quickly. Just in case anyone is going to see this on Twitter. Unlikely. Um, haven't posted on YouTube in a minute, but that's where better content will be than this. But at this point, I'm going to jump in to the web code, show you what I've been up to. But really, we're going to be working on publishing some stuff today on a real dev server. So we can go through that entire process. That's going to be a lovely project. So what's that like? I'm just cleaning up my workspace over here, and now we can jump into it. All right. So we've got the Zerve app. I was just fixing some issues that we had over the weekend caused by a new version of Babel. But this is the web app. It's only got a couple of errors right now in the console, so this is the cleanest it's been in a minute. And depending on the server that we're running, we've got different things going on in the back end. Here, let me break out this page. So here we're running what's nicknamed the puppy server. So there's different kind of nicknames for the server. In fact, we're going to be deploying a server today that is going to be a new server. So let's just see what it's like to create a new server just by copying and pasting one of our existing simple servers. And it'll be a kind of a learning experience. Because we have different sort of apps available on inside of our repo, including Zoo Server and Zoo Server Standalone. And these are going to be the ones that I want to use to power our new server, at least on the back end of things. Twitch is giving me a notification for some reason. Very distracting. So Zoo Server, let's see what it's like when we just run that. All we have to do is do yarn workspace, and I've got a shortcut for yarn workspace, just yarn YW, and we'll do Zoo Server dev. And it starts up the server on 3888. And here I'm going to jump over to the mobile app. I think that's running, yeah. So here on the mobile app, we're actually connected to multiple servers. We're connected to the puppy server. No, we've shut down the puppy server. We're no longer connected, but we are connected to this server that has authentication, basically the ability to log in. So we're going to want to make sure that we can log in to our dev server that we deploy because we want to have some sort of security behind it. So that's our goal today, is to deploy a dev server and then to maybe work on some automation around that. It'd be a dream for this application to be able to deploy itself. But we got to walk before we can run. So first, I'm going to walk through the deploy process entirely manually, and we can see what that's like. And then if that goes well enough, we can try to start automating little pieces of it. Because off stream, I was working on just coding the bits of automation, but it's more fun if we get to do that together. So Zoo Server, I'm going to split up into two different projects because it's really, I've got a new code name system for different servers, and it's all in line with this whole crappy Zoo code name that I've got going on. And the servers are going to be named after animals. So instead of Zoo Server, I'm going to call this Aardvark Server. And that's the new one. And the production server, the main server that we're going to run and that is going to be tested out on our dev server is going to be called Zebra, because that's kind of in line with our Z naming scheme. So we're going to rename Zoo Server to Zebra Server. Zebra. So we've got Puppy, Aardvark, and Zebra, and they all serve different purposes. They will both be, all three of them will be maintained in the long term, but they have different objectives. So the puppy server will be running on my laptop, and is meant for experiments and all sorts of fun stuff. Hopefully it'll be hooked into my streaming setup one day, and that could be somewhat automated. But even if not, no big deal. Then the Aardvark server is the one that we hope to deploy today, and that's considered the dev server. But it is like running on a real server, on the real internet, so that we can test around with it and use it internally. Then the new server, or the final server, is going to be the Zebra server, and that's going to be the actual service that I hope people will wind up using and eventually paying for one day. But starting with the simple things. First, we need to rename these things properly because we've only got them half renamed. So I'm going to come into Zebra server, rename the package, and on Aardvark server, which currently has the exact same code, I'm going to delete this note that I have because this is just like some random markdown that I have left in the repo. And here I'm going to rename a bunch of things. I'm going to rename first the file to Aardvark server. And now that the file is renamed, I need to change the reference to the file here. Okay, and now this thing should be a standalone server. I'm also going to rename Zoo server to Zebra server inside of the file, or inside of the package. And of course I need to rename it here. Okay, renamed a few things. Now we're going to jump into our repo. Our server is kind of complaining because we've removed stuff. I'll just run yarn, and it should relink everything so that both of these servers are ready to run. So I'm also going to open up the README because I'm sure this has a reference to Zoo server, which no longer exists. So what does yarn dev do? We also need to look at the package.json here, which I had kind of forgotten about. Yarn dev runs Zoo server. Okay, how about we do Zoo server standalone, because that's going to be the best kind of initial dev experience for somebody who walks into this repo and they want to just play around with things. So Zoo server standalone. Yeah, that's what it's called. And this is like the generic example that doesn't have any authentication. So that should work now if I run yarn dev. It should run both the front end and the back end. All right, it's logged out some stuff because I was debugging at one point. Gotta love my classy debug language here. So I'm going to delete some of those log statements that are probably littered about the code base. Oh, this is funny. Look, I can't find the log statement in my code base. So I thought I did clean this up, so I'm a little confused why. Yeah, and this is just a function. There's no log statement being made here. So we're kind of running some old code somehow, which is a little strange. But maybe if I run it again, it'll start running the new code. Strange. So I think what happens when we run this workflow, which is like concurrently running the watch and running the build watch, it runs the existing build, but then is also running watch. So what happened was there was a previous build sitting in the folder that it was running on the first run, but it's not a problem now, and it's definitely not a problem as the code changes. So quickly I'm going to go into the README and finish this project up. So this is just going to be API server and app/Zoo server standalone. Okay, I think I've got this cleaned up. An experimental structured knowledge app. This is a really bad README entry point for the whole project. It's kind of funny. I'm just going to jump into the Twitch dashboard so I can see if anybody has pulled up. Well, hello to the 3 viewers. Welcome, welcome. Feel free to say hi in chat and ask any questions about what's going on, what I'm working on. But yeah, going to be experimenting with deploying some of these apps today. So let me try running the new Aardvark server. So Yarn Workspace Aardvark server. Moopaloo. Just cleaning, yeah. Well, yeah, thanks for stopping by the stream. I like your name. It's Aardvark server dev. Okay, that's not the name of the server apparently. What's it called? Oh, it still is called zoo server. So now hopefully this will work. TS node, something not found. This is either a problem with the first run, or I just need to run yarn again, I think. I think it's just a problem with the first time the server runs. Same issue that I had before with regard to just the kind of clumsy way this start script works in dev mode. But it's not a big deal because I just run it again. And we're running the Aardvark server, and now we can jump into the code for it. Because we want to make sure this code is like somewhat appropriate to run on the real internet. And it's meant to be kind of similar to the production server, but not the real thing. And we'll get into that later. So there's a bunch of junk in here. There's something called custom store, which is not behind any authentication. There's something called store state, which is being used to expose the user's data that's saved per user. Because what happens is, this is the authentication section of the API, where we're defining what happens when users can log in. And here we're defining, where is the get user zeds? This is where we define what the user has access to once they're logged in. So there's a few things that are coming through from the authentication system that we're passing through. But we're also getting the user's store. So basically the user is able to save private data in their own store. But it's not actually private data. It's that user is the only one allowed to edit that data, but then that data is exposed by anyone out here because this store state is here. So how about we do a quick example? Like, let's see what it looks like from the web app. Okay, I need to actually start the web front end because I'm only running the API here. So I can do Yarn Workspace zoo web dev, but I also need to specify the origin. And the origin is the other server. And that's at 3888, which I think was actually the default anyways, but it's good to specify it. Okay. So we're running the back end. Is it going to connect to the correct front end? That's the question. On the first try, it doesn't. I'd just written some code that does handle a case where it's supposed to handle the case, and it does handle it when I refresh. What it does is it's recognizing that, hey, previously when you were running this front end, we were connecting to a different back end. So it had to delete the local session and the local information about that, and there was some bug there. But that doesn't happen very often where the actual host of the API changes. But that's not ideal because there's some session management code that clunks that up. So here we can access store state. It's actually not going to work, but if we log in, we should be able to see at least what information my user has. I'm trying to think if I have a username and password on this. One thing I can do is I can check, well here, let me just do the email workflow. So I type the email, it uses SendGrid in the back end to send me an email, which I should have gotten on my phone. Okay, QH7M5I. All right, so now I'm logged in, but I don't seem to have a username. If I do have a username, it's not very clear. I'm just going to set my username here to be extra clear. The user interface for the logged in experience is pretty bad right now. It's all very clunky. but I'd rather have something that works that that is actually on the real internet rather than nothing at all. So here I'm setting my username to Eric. I think it may have succeeded. Oh, no, here I may have botched it. Yeah, I've screwed up my session because there's two mechanisms for changing the username, and I just used the absolutely wrong mechanism. Whatever. This is a working application. You can see that login works. I just logged in a second ago. But I'm still so tempted now to show the store functionality. Maybe we'll do it on the mobile app where it'll work a little bit better. We can go into the auth, go into email, and I swear we'll get into the deployment at some point. That's what was promised. Okay, hopefully it's logging me in. The spinner is usually not expected here. Can't find variable buffer. This means we actually need to go fix something, don't we? Because this is a back-end issue here. And it might be an issue with the authentication system. I still have some log statements sitting in the authentication system that seems kind of useful, actually. So what I'll do for now, just to see what I can replicate, is I'm just going to reload the mobile application. But I can't reload it until I actually have the dev server running. That takes just a second to start. And it's running a totally separate build system alongside the web system. It's using React Native Metro and the Expo environment. And here we've reloaded. We can tap into auth. What do we see? We're having some network failures. So yeah, this is kind of an issue, it seems, because my username has been changing around, which is not ideal. But this is really not good where this can't find variable buffer, because I haven't seen this before. I don't really know what's going on around that. So this is how it works. Working while watching. Good to see you, Exploded Soda. I feel like I may have seen you around in some other streams or something. But it's great to have someone hanging out, listening to some lo-fi. Good, yeah. Well, thanks for coming out of lurking mode into a bit of casual chat while I get distracted from what I was hoping to work on so that I can go debug this other project, which I wasn't really emotionally prepared for, but we can make it happen. So is this creating session thing happening when I make this query? That wouldn't make much sense, would it? Let me just reload here, because we need to get into a workflow where we're replicating an error. This require cycle is something that I'm aware about, but this network request failed is not. Okay, and at least for sanity's sake, it's clear that it's not creating the session again. That would be wild. Okay, so let's take a look at where the connection is, or where the error is probably happening, and also let me pull up the logs. So here's where there's some reference error, can't find variable buffer. My guess is that this buffer error might be in the error handling code. This is just like a hunch that I have. So let's go into connection, because connection is where we make the request to the server, whatever that request is. Server get and server post. And I'm just going to go out on a limb and say that it's a get because we're just trying to load this auth page right now. So is there any reference to buffer inside of this file? Yeah, there is. Fascinating. This is the only reference to buffer. So maybe React Native is having troubles accessing this buffer. So one thing I'll do is I'll just say buffer.from hello. And if this is going to be a problem, like this usually wouldn't be a problem, const a, it should happen right away when React Native loads. Can't find variable buffer. Okay, so there's a fix. Import buffer from buffer, I think is the fix. And here on package.json, yeah, we actually are importing buffer. So buffer is built into Node, but it's polyfilled on like React Native, I think, and probably the web front end. I'm not really sure where it's polyfilled, but someone's gone and made a buffer npm package that has the exact same behavior as the built-in buffer, I believe. Let's give it a try. Just reload. Gosh, what's going on? My React Native app is just like freaking out a little bit. There's this bug with React Native or Expo where the panel shows up more than once. And you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to properly restart the Metro server. I have a feeling the Metro server is right busted. And that's fine. Sometimes it just needs a little refresh. Okay, and I'm just going to type I on the Expo command line, and it launches the app for me and does this stuff. Okay, so now it's complaining buffer.from is not a function. Am I importing buffer properly? Dismiss. 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 Oh, because that's a violation. It doesn't get past this. Well, I thought you could just import buffer like normal town. Okay. Well, maybe it's working now. I'm just going to reload again. Double check. Now tap into auth to see what the actual error is. Come on, where's the error? Now there's no error at all, which is kind of great. Oh, right, because buffer behavior here, yeah, this is used like for the normal auth workflow, basically when we're trying to apply the session auth. So, okay, we had broken this on React Native side, and the reason why is because we were rearranging all sorts of things. This client module was combined by from two other modules, but no big deal. Now we can tap into the store and we can look at all the data inside of the store. So this user's really creative, has 3 files. Well done, user, called ABC. And then from the store state, there's no front end for it right now, but mostly you're going to be accessing it from your application anyways. So let me just switch over to demo server. No, zoo local. And then I'm going to query for store state. And, oh, I need to be querying a post, or a get rather than a post. And now I can query for what my user ID is. What is my user ID, by the way? Wouldn't that be nice to know? If I tap change username here, does it have the previous user here? Okay, it thinks my username is Eric with the lower C. Yeah, okay. So here we're able to query for Eric's data, but we're not able to change it. We're only reading it. So this is a functional application. And hopefully it's reasonably secure. Let me see what I need to delete from the aardvark server. I'm going to delete the custom store because that basically allows people to arbitrarily put data into the server. And I want them to be authenticated and then to be able to put data into the server. And I would like to eventually make it so that every user can have multiple stores and that those files are better organized in the file system. But that's not really a big priority right now. I'm feeling pretty pretty confident about where we are here. Not that it's perfect, but at least that it's going to make for a compelling demo. I don't know. So this is the aardvark server, and I want to make sure that it grabs the port from the environment. Great. And it also gets the secrets out of a secrets file. I'm not going to show you my secrets file, but I'll show you the secrets.template.json, which has all of the, this is what the secrets look like. So if you want to run this either on your own server or on your laptop, what you would do is you would copy this file into the secrets.json file and then punch in different API keys and whatnot. So eventually we're going to be interfacing with DigitalOcean, but right now we do already interface with SendGrid for sending emails and with Twilio for sending text messages. And you need to configure all sorts of things. And we're going to be doing that on a real server. So DigitalOcean, where are you? Let's see, are we logged in? Or do we have to do that now? Guess we have to log in. One moment. But right now we don't have any server running on DigitalOcean. We're going to create our very first server, aardvark, right now, publicly. And who knows if that's going to make me regret it later on, because you're going to know the IP address of the server and hopefully no other important secrets. DigitalOcean. Got my password manager. Got the one-time verification code. Okay, so I have a few stray domain names here on the Zerve project, but that doesn't really matter. That's not the priority. We're going to be basically creating a droplet. So we might as well get started on that now, because like I said, we're going to do the entire workflow manually, painstakingly manually, for now, and then eventually we want to automate it. But one thing at a time. So I'm just going to choose a regular droplet, and I want to use Debian because it's kind of like Ubuntu, except a little bit more pro, a little bit more stable. Slightly less user-friendly, but there's not really a front end anyways. So it's basically the same experience from the command line, using apt for package management and everything like that. Regular SSD, data center region. Currently I'm closest to San Francisco, region 3. I'm choosing region 3 because it's the latest region, and usually those are less sort of glitchy and a little bit more available, but who knows. Like region 2 somehow is not even available. Okay, compromise. I'll do New York because I'm going to be going to Europe in the not too distant future, and New York is maybe halfway between here and Europe. Not really. But New York feels like a compromise. So SSH keys. Well, I can choose an SSH key that I have. There's a bunch already in DigitalOcean, and I don't even remember which one is the one that I have. So let's just go ahead and do the real experience. So we'll go to the command line and create a new SSH key just for the purpose of logging into this server. So in my home directory, I'm going to make dir, create a new directory for the server, and I'm just going to call it aardvark because that's the name of the server. I'm going to cd into aardvark, and from here I can create a new SSH key file. I didn't need to create this folder, but it's going to be a little bit easier. In fact, we can open this folder in the Finder, so that way we can kind of see what's going on. It's an empty folder. So we can do SSH keygen. And I want to run a very specific version of SSH keygen that basically is going to do a bunch of defaults for me, and it's a very long command. And unfortunately, I've got it formatted oddly right now. So I need to basically get this format into a command line format. So bear with me while I do some weird manipulation with text here. Okay, and then I screwed this up. So the command starts with SSH keygen. And then after the -f flag, you're specifying what file the directory or the key is supposed to be created in. So I'm going to do /server key. And the reason I'm calling it / is because then it'll be relative to the current folder I'm in, which is the aardvark folder. And the -c is the comment, but also there's an empty string. So the -n is like something, and we're going to provide an empty string to that. So now this should be our full command that we can use to run and create a new key pair with 4096-bit strength. And here we've created the server key and the server key .pub. I don't know if you can see that. Here we are. Okay, so we've created our key pair. Now what we want to do is we want to upload the key to DigitalOcean, and I think they provide an interface to do that in the web user interface. We're ultimately going to want to do it programmatically, but here I can click new SSH key right here and type the SSH key content. So I won't show you the private key, but anyone can see the public key. It's not really a problem. So I'm just going to do cat and then do server key.pub, and this is the public key for this new key that I created. So I'll paste the key content in. I'm just going to call this aardvark on yacht, because yacht is the name of my computer. And I named my computer yacht because it was a way to justify how expensive it was. And it's like, well, you know, it's cheap for a yacht. It's a, you know, a nice vessel to be aboard. Anyways, we've selected our SSH key that we've just created. The additional options are, I guess, a few things they're trying to upsell or whatever. I actually don't really care about any of that right now. I will come up with a username, though. I'll call it aardvark, because that's both the name of the server and also the name of the main service that runs on this server. aardvark.zerve.dev. So I have a few domains for Zerve, and I just decided to use .dev for all the servers. So this is not setting up the domain name. This is just me naming it right now, and I'm going to use this name elsewhere. This is just the name of the droplet on the DigitalOcean side of things. So I'll hit create droplet, and it's going to go take about a minute. Pretty soon it'll give me an IP address of our new server. And by the way, I've chosen a $10 a month offering, which is like one step up from their base server. The reason why is because it comes with 2 gigs of RAM as opposed to 1 gig, and the builds are going to take a certain amount of RAM. And I'm running the builds on the same service. I'm running the builds here on these servers because it's running a different operating system than my laptop. So I don't really want to run the builds on my laptop because that causes all sorts of pain. Okay, so I'm going to copy the IP address, and we're going to do a few things with it. For one, I need to get logged into Cloudflare. This Cloudflare is going to be both the CDN and the DNS host for us. It's kind of an all-in-one for that. Here I'm going through the login process on my other screen. And I'm going to tap on zerve.dev. And I'm going to clean up anything that I don't want to really show you. But there's only one thing here, which is just like the previous attempt at doing this process. So this is what it looks like where it's like relatively bare domain name setup for zerve.dev. Literally, it's just routing so that I can accept emails through Cloudflare's cool little email routing service, which I highly recommend. Is quite cool. So So here we're on the DNS tab of the domain, and I'll create add record, and we're going to call this aardvark. So as a result, aardvark.zerve.dev is the whole domain. I'm going to paste in the IP address. That wasn't the IP address. That was my two-factor auth code. Here, let's copy the IP address from DigitalOcean. And we're not going to proxy this. This is just so that we have an easy way to route to the server itself. And when we put this on the public web, we are going to have a proxy that DigitalOcean will provide. And we'll get to that a little bit later. We're going to use the different domain for that. This is zerve.dev, where the actual server A record is going to be pointing. So I do have a, I don't know, it's not a weird topology, but everyone needs some sort of topology to kind of figure out what domains and what servers you have. And I'm happy to answer questions about why things are the way they are. But otherwise, I'm going to charge forward. So now we should be able to shell into root at aardvark.zerve.dev, right? So SSH root at aardvark.zerve.dev. And it won't work because I haven't specified the correct key. It's by default using the key that's set up in my username. But what it is doing here is it's saying, oh, we haven't connected to this host before. It's taking the cryptographic fingerprint of that host and it's saving it. I'm going to type yes. And it's basically rejecting me because my public key is invalid. So I think the argument is -I to provide the correct private key that I want here. And the private key is just inside of this directory called server key. So now it lets me shell in, and now I'm logged in as root. Great, and now we have a long setup process ahead to basically make it so that this server is doing what we want it to do, but at least we've set up our A record for the server, and we've created the server on DigitalOcean. So we need to set up a few different things. We're going to be using systemd to run everything to kind of make sure that our servers are running. But we need to set up our API server that's going to be managing our data and logging people in and whatnot. We need to set up the web front end, which is a Next.js app. And we need a web front end for both of them that both of them can use to talk to the internet so that they can be proxied. So basically, neither the Next.js app or the API server handle HTTPS by themselves. They're not really designed to do that. So what you do is you use a reverse proxy so that you have one main web server, which is oftentimes it's been Nginx. I use a web server called Caddy that automatically takes care of the HTTPS setup. Kind of. Mostly it automatically takes care of setting up HTTPS with Let's Encrypt. And then depending on the path on this, depending on the host, it'll redirect to a different reverse proxied service. So we're going to be running Caddy, then we're going to be running the API server, and then we're going to be running the web front end and have them all working together. And we need to have a process by which we can go and make changes to that deployment. But right now it's all going to be pretty manual, as you'll see. I think it's kind of, there's value in starting it off from an extremely manual perspective. So I'm glad we're doing it this way, or I'm glad I'm at least documenting this process. I've wanted to do this for a minute. Okay, so this is the secrets file. We're going to be getting to that in a second. I have a file that I've used to write down everything that goes into the server setup because, I don't know, it's a lot to remember, and I just don't want to have to figure it out by hand right now. So it's Hades/setup.markdown. Okay, here's like 180 lines of notes basically that I've made for myself for what it's like to manually set everything up. So let's do it. We've got our server. I used to call the server Hades, but now it's called Aardvark. Much better name, if I do say so myself. So it's saying we're going to need to run apt update, apt upgrade, and install a few basic dependencies. Like we're getting git and mosh, which you don't really need mosh, but anyways, I'm just going to paste these commands into the root shell of our new server. And this is going to take a while. In the meantime, we can chat, we can drink our coffee, enjoy our lo-fi. Just be glad I'm not live streaming the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. It's just crazy how much attention stuff like that gets. Okay, this seems like an excellent time to actually take a quick break. I'll be back when this is feeling a little bit more done. Well, that didn't take too long. Okay, so we've installed basically nothing so far. We're still getting to it. So this is the command that we basically just ran on our own computer, where we're going to be creating a key for the server. And here it's gone and created a random SSH key. And I'm also not sure how well I want to set the server up. Like, am I going to give myself a proper user account, or am I just going to run everything off of root? I think I've wavered on that several times in the past, and I don't know what I want to do. This is one of the drawbacks of having to set up my own servers, is having to make dumb decisions like this. But what we can do, basically, what we would do is we would, this is telling me to take the SSH key that we just created, the public key, and to put it inside of the repo so that we can check, well, that way we can check it out. It's an open source project, but I'm going to go through this process anyway just to kind of show you what it's like, because it's a little bit more real world. So now what we can do is we can grab the .ssh id rsa.pub. Do we have it? Oh, I'm searching in the wrong place. So for now, I guess, let's just do everything out of root. So root is going to do the builds, but then it's going to move everything to a different user for running the actual application. So the application won't run as root, but the root user is going to be doing all of the work here. And that's effectively the same security as if I were creating my own user account and then giving my user account root access. So it's basically the same thing we're doing here. Anyways, we take in the public key. Here's what we do. We take in the public key. We taken it to GitHub. GitHub. Here's a window that has GitHub in it. So here's the repository. I'll tap into settings, tap into, I don't know, probably deploy keys. Okay, we're going to delete this terrible old thing that was no longer used. I'm going to create the new deploy key, paste in this, and we're going to call it aardvark. Allow write access. Interesting question. I'm not sure if we want our dev server to be able to make changes to the repository. And I'm going to say for now, it won't have write access. And here I type in my top secret. Wait, did you just hear the password? Did I just leak the password? I don't know. So I typed in my password. Now I've added the deploy key to the repository. So now this key has the ability to check out code from this repo, even if it's a private repo, which it's not. But now we can do that. So what we can do is we can do git clone. Yeah, I'm kind of making notes about that, but it's very terse notes. But I do want to go ahead and set up the public key. Because I did set up the public key with the repo, I can now clone the whole repo in this way. And it's going to create it. It's going to say connect to GitHub. It's authenticated, and now it's downloading the big ol' project to the server. It's yet another time where I'm just going to sit around and wait. I don't know if this is going to take longer or less long than the other thing, but it's also grabbing all of the packages alongside the repository. So usually the yarn step takes a long time, but our yarn step should be pretty fast because we're actually downloading a big old cache of the packages. Absurdly big cache. Like we're already over a gig downloaded on our repository, which is frankly a little embarrassing, but so we're still going to need to set up Node and also Yarn before we're going to be able to build, I assume. So we're setting up Node 16, and we're following the process that's on the Node Source website or on the Node Source GitHub organization. I should be upgrading to Node 18. We'll be doing that sometime soon, hopefully. Okay, it looks like that succeeded. Oh, sorry, that's just adding the source, and we haven't actually installed Node yet. But it's installed the source for Node 16. So we'll be doing that. Had some troubles when I tried running on on Node 18, so don't know what's up with that. And here's a real complicated installation for Yarn. It's npm install -g yarn. Okay, so now we should have Yarn, and we should also have Node. Okay, so we have good versions of Yarn and Node. What else do we need? We're going to need Caddy. And Caddy is the web server that like the main website, or main consumers of the application will connect to. And then it'll get proxied inside of the server to the two different services, the web server and the API server. So here I'm going to install some dependencies for Caddy with apt. And we're going to be getting a custom build of Caddy, not the default build of Caddy. And the reason why is because this custom build has an extension that talks to Cloudflare, which is necessary so that Cloudflare can continue to proxy, but still set up the HTTPS handshake. So once we've set this up properly, we won't have to ever touch it again, and our certificates won't go out of shape because Caddy will automatically get new certificates through Let's Encrypt. And yeah, Cloudflare is going to separately encrypt the connection from their servers to the user. Okay, we just ran that. I don't need to run that again. Come on. Focus up, buddy. All right, so this is going to, it looks like we're going to be basically adding the key. So we're going to install Caddy, I think the traditional mechanism, and then we will download the extra shell for it, or the custom binary, because we still depend on a lot of Caddy setup and things like the Caddy system file. PGP block. Okay, I see. So we're still in the process of doing the mainstream caddy setup. Okay. We've added the source. Now we do an apt update. So it's going to download all of the references to the software. Can't find any version. Something about Cloudsmith. Isn't Cloudsmith where we just added? Uh-oh. Whoopsie daisies. It's not signed. No public key is available. Well, this is why I keep URLs inside of the notes, because if things change, like, they should update the URL, right? Stable releases, blah, blah, blah. Is this the same thing? Here, I'm just going to run these 2 lines again, because I don't know. Maybe I screwed it up. It could be a user error. Now I'll do apt update again. Oh, yeah, so this apt update is failing. And let me just double check that we're going to have troubles when we do apt install caddy, which is the last step. Yeah, so the update failed because could not verify, no public key, blah, 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 blah. I'm just going to take this and go to Google and say, is there anyone else having caddy issues with regards to this? Hang on, so yeah, why do you see this error? I would like to know. It ensures that there's a trust system. Should I blindly add the new GPG key? Yeah, maybe my caddy is being man in the middle right now. Maybe this is a functioning security feature. I don't know. It says the public key is not available. And it says that ABA, this is the public key it's trying to use. Okay, wait, what if I just take this like obscure pub key and Google for it? Oh, and the top error is from 6 days ago. The tracks are warm, as they say. Like this is fresh doo-doo. Repeatedly install steps. Tried the same steps on a different system. That's what you tried. Made a change which affected the install steps. So this issue includes the workaround. Okay, we're warm. We're hot on their trail. Oh man. Okay, is there currently an issue with the public key? It seems like you didn't import the GPG key. Yeah, is there a missing step? Did I miss a step? What, am I crazy? Or is their docs just out of date? Cloudsmith changed the format of the debian.deb.txt file. Okay, it used to look like this, and now it looks like that. So we just need to write the GPG key elsewhere. This is curious. I've never seen a command that looks like this. I can make it a little bit bigger. Workaround. Please use this until the docs update is pushed live. Where you grab the key from the same website, so security-wise was exactly the same, and then you do GPG dearmor. Okay, it basically is like installing the key, it looks like. Okay, wow, it's so funny that Chrome doesn't let me select just that, but I can copy that. Okay. Okay, I'm hoping this fixes it. I don't know. I don't know which other steps were necessary. Assuming this fixes it. Apt update. Hopefully no errors. Yeah, that means it got from the source correctly. So I'm going to go into my, so I assume it's this step that changed. It's the step where we're getting the key and then we're installing it, because it's the installation that changed. Because now we do sudo t gpt garmor -output to this special location, which is a very similar location. So I'm going to delete this because I think that's the part that's not necessary anymore. And we've updated our setup process. Okay. I'm going to rearrange these steps a little bit so that we actually get Caddy installed right now. Because it's a little silly that we get Caddy like halfway installed and then pick it up again later on in the guide. That would be a little ridiculous. Might as well start Caddy up. So yeah, here's the install for Caddy. Oh gosh, there's also instructions in this file for setting up Code Server. And Code Server is a cool piece of software, but it does not belong on this server, I don't think. Okay, so we've done the apt update. Now we can do install-y caddy. And we're going to get caddy installed through the normal process. And then we're also going to want to replace the binary, which we'll do next. And we can close these issues because we are not having those troubles anymore. So now we're going to replace the binary, because if we do which caddy right now, it'll tell us it's at user bin caddy. And what we're doing is we're using curl to get the custom binary, failure writing output to destination, because user bin caddy text file busy. Who's using caddy? Oh, probably system control status caddy. It's probably running right now. Yeah, it's running. So system stop caddy. Okay, so after installing, it's auto start, so we need to stop it right here, and then we can run the step where we replace the binary. Presumably. Hopefully it succeeds. All right, it let us replace that binary, and then we need to go and make sure that the binary has the correct executable permission, because by default I don't think it does. So now our new caddy, we can also probably start caddy back up by doing system control start. I'm just going to basically look for errors to see if anything weird is going on. If we do status caddy, it started back up, which means that, like, I don't know, our new installation is working. And we're going to configure caddy for our needs later on. But maybe actually we should do the next step, which is to make it so that Cloudflare can talk to caddy. Because we have caddy up and running, I'll bet now we can go to dev.zerve. Wait, sorry, it's aardvark.zerve.dev. And nothing shows up. So that's probably because caddy just does not have any configuration for that at all, which is fine. So I'm going to do vi etc caddy file, and we're going to change the configuration of the server. So there's like some static file server, but this is when you're accessing the server with port 80. And I think when we were hitting the server here, it probably tries HTTPS by default. HTTP? No, I don't really know what's going on. I think it's just auto doing HTTPS. So I'm just going to delete this entire caddy file. Or here, let me just replace this So say here I'm going to say dev dot or aardvark dot zerve dot dev. Then I'm going to ask caddy to load this caddy file with caddy dash caddy reload dash config, and then you specify the config file name, which is etc caddy file. Okay, now it's reloaded the configuration. My hope now is that aardvark.zerve.dev shows us something. Okay, that's a little weird styling they have. It's like, do I have to tilt my head to read this properly? Seriously, something is up with this CSS, man. But, I mean, this is our real dev server actually hosting on the internet. And you see right away, because we're using caddy, it gives us the lock. So it's not going to be quite as easy when we're using Cloudflare as the proxy. But yeah, thanks caddy for the default site where we kind of have to tilt our heads to the side to see what it actually looks like. So yeah, the caddy file for that is really simple. It doesn't look simple because there's all this blue stuff, so we'll get back to the caddy file in a minute. But now I have some confidence that caddy is functioning. Should we get caddy working with Cloudflare now? I guess we might as well. We can demonstrate how that works, because we don't actually need our server to be running to demonstrate how the whole thing works with Cloudflare. Because what we need to do is we need to give our application the ability to authenticate against Cloudflare. So we do that with a Cloudflare API token. So where's my Cloudflare? Okay, hopefully I don't get into any weird information that I don't want to show you all, but I'm going to try to tap into the APIs section. Okay, those are a bunch of random domains that I own. Now, seriously, where's the section of the app that has API keys? I know it's around here somewhere. Oh, I have to go to my profile /API tokens. Okay, so I've got a few random API tokens. I think I can delete all of these. Zerve local dev. Anyways, Hades caddy I can definitely delete, and API production doesn't really exist either. So I'm going to clean up a few of these old tokens. And I'll create a new token, and basically here I'm specifying the rules of what I'm allowing this token to do. And we're basically allowing edit the zone DNS of a specific zone, specifically the zerve.app zone. So this is a very specific token that we're creating here. And there's no expiration of this token. So create token. Yeah, I'm going to need to recreate this token because it's got a little bit exposed on Twitch. But I trust that you're not going to tamper with it in the next few hours while I'm streaming. That would just be rude. So what we can do is we want to inject this token into our server. So we can edit the system file that runs caddy, which is, where is it? System control status caddy. Does it tell us where the service file is? I would hope so. Yeah, look at this. lib systemd system serv blah 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 blah. This is a file. So let me see what this file currently says. This is what the service file currently looks like. This is basically how caddy is configured at the system level. Yeah, Julianer, we've got a very trusting chat here. There's a few API tokens that have been exposed. Technically, now you'd be able to change the domain settings for zerve.app, which is like the main domain, but currently there's nothing up there. So I'm not too worried. You can only improve it from here. Let's just put it that way. Aside from anything illegal, but people here would never do anything illegal. So we're going to edit this service file, and I'm going to inject an environment variable, which is that secret that that I'm going to need to replace later on. So vi, and then now scroll down. So inside of the service section, we can inject a new thing called environment. I'm going to search my notes to see if I have made this note before. Yeah, I have. I've taken a few notes. So it's called Cloudflare. Oh, I don't know what I did there, but Cloudflare auth token, and then I put in the secret, and I can just inline the whole thing. And it's after this environment variable. So equals, and then I copy it from Cloudflare, highly secret token that lets people modify my domain. So I'm going to write this, and then I'm going to do system. Oh, I need to do system control daemon reload. And that's going to tell systemd to pick up that service file again, the changes made to the service. And now I can do system control restart. Oh no. Sorry, Joliner, my Nightbot settings are extremely restrictive, and it just timed you out because you were typing in all caps. I don't mind a few caps. I need to get that fixed out. Nightbot is OP. That is so true. I'm like looking at my Nightbot settings over here, but I can't find where there's like the commands. Am I not logged in? Oh, I see. I need to log in. I'm probably logged in on my other browser. 3 laughing emotes? That's just too much. You crossed the line. You really crossed the line. Okay, so now I'm logged in. Well, I don't mind a few laughing emotes. I'd love to figure out how we can get Nightbot to be a little bit less aggressive towards my minimal chat. Swapped to Coderic. I'm struggling here. Settings? Oh, here. This is what I'm looking for. So, spam protection. Okay, excess caps. We can disable this, or we can go into the options. Exempt user level. No, I'm just going to turn this off for now. I'm going to turn some of these things back on. Oh, excess emotes, I'm going to disable. Links was a problem, like someone got themselves timed out for 10 minutes because they pasted a link. But then they discovered the Discord channel, so there's an upside at least. The Discord channel is not too active, but I'm in there at least. So if you want to swing by, and I'll sometimes talk about or say that there's a stream upcoming, or if people want to come in here and troll me live. Blacklist words and phrases. This is probably a good idea. I don't know. I think sometimes people accidentally do that as well. Spamming excessive symbols. I'll disable that as well. Okay. Now Nightbot should be a little bit more kind. Okay, we've released these things. Oh yeah, we should get a Discord command. Yeah, I like the sound of that. I've got commands for different things, so we can add a Discord command. That should be a pretty easy ask. I'm gonna yoink it from over here. It's linked on the Twitch, by the way. Or on the there's like the links section. Hang out in Zerve Discord. It's our own brand. Okay. All right. Hope to see you around in there, Joliner. Okay, so we've restarted Caddy now, I believe. Oh, we're about to restart Caddy. We've reloaded the service. So restart Caddy. So now we're running a custom build of Caddy that should have access to our Cloudflare code, our Cloudflare API, so that it can configure that domain automatically, any subdomain in there. So what I want to do is now edit the Caddy file, which configures all the different hosts. And again, I know this is ugly, but I'm just going to basically copy this section into a different host. And it's going to be dev.zerve.app. I'm just going to copy the same junk that is over here because we're just kind of testing it. Eventually, this is going to be a reverse proxy. Oops, that's the Discord link. Apparently, the copy-paste is not working so well. Yeah, because it's decided to be a handy visual editor, but I'm just not so good at Vim, and all of a sudden it's doing fancy things. So what am I building today? I love that. Yeah, most coding streamers are a little bit all over the place, but I've been working on the same project for a long time, just obsessively. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this junk, whatever configuration is here. User, share, caddy. What are you working on today? It's an exciting day. We're putting stuff on the internet today. Okay, so now we've changed the caddy file. We should be able to run this command, which is, what's the command? Caddy reload. It's not giving me an error, so I think caddy has accepted the new file. And what we should be able to do is we should be able to go here to dev.zerve.app and see the same thing. Fingers crossed. It's taking a second. Oh, you know what? It's not working because we forgot to do the Cloudflare side of things. And now actually we might have screwed it up. But here, like I'll show you what I mean. Here, let me find on my dashboard. So here's the DNS settings for Zerve.app. And it's similar to the other domain where there's Cloudflare email, like redirect service, but then there's also a bunch of configuration for SendGrid, and that's how we send emails from this domain. But I'm going to create a new record. It's going to be called dev, and it's going to be a CNAME. Oops, what is that? A CNAME. And it's going to be pointing to the other server that we just set up. It's going to be pointing to aardvark.zerve.dev. And we are going to have this proxy turned on. So that way we'll have access to the whole Cloudflare CDN. In case our server goes down, the CDN will still be there and people will be able to talk to the CDN. Okay, now I think everything should work I think we're done configuring it, but it might not work because we've just basically hit the cache for this domain. So basically the domain probably won't show up for a minute. Oh, we're getting there. So now the DNS is connecting us to Cloudflare, but still there's some sort of SSH handshake problem. It might just be while we're warming up. I'm just going to refresh a few times because sometimes this happens where it takes caddy like a few seconds to go and get the domain or get the certificate. So the other domain still works, aardvark.zerve.dev. SSL handshake failed. So we could take a look at the logs for caddy. Journal control -u caddy. Okay, let's see. I'm going to zoom out a little bit, so hopefully it'll show me more of the log line. Sorry if you can't read it. Trying to solve challenge. Done waiting on internal rate limiter. I'm just reading some of this random junk. I really just want to refresh it and for it to work. I don't want to do anything else for it to be fixed. By the way, I'm doing shift refresh because that's kind of hinting the browser I really want it to go. Do a real refresh. So it's interesting. We've made some progress, and it's called dev.zerve.app. And I'm going to double check that my caddy file makes sense. dev.zerve.app, and it's got the same. Oh, you know what? I totally half-assed this. You know, actually, I think I know what the problem is. I totally didn't think it through. So I need to actually configure the extension, the Cloudflare little extension thing. So here's what that looks like. I've got like some example configuration that includes this TLS block, and it needs to refer to the environment. And the environment is passed in through the service config that we created earlier. So for this host, because it's proxied through Cloudflare, we need to do special stuff to it. So I'm going to go in here and I'm just going to paste. And I know the formatting is probably terribly botched, but I think hopefully it'll work. I'm going to reload the caddy file. It's unhappy about the configuration. There are some warnings that I've poorly formatted the caddy file. But now maybe it'll work. It should be able to now handshake to yes. Okay, good. So what's exciting about this as opposed to the other server is that this is actually proxied through Cloudflare to our actual server. So there's a whole CDN in between our server and the users when they're using this public URL. Exciting. Okay, I'm going to take another quick break, but when we come back, we're going to get to setting up the applications on our server and also the build process. First, we need to build it, and then we need to run our applications. So thanks for hanging out, viewers, and I'll be back in just like 2 or 5 minutes or something. Hang tight. Okay, we're back. Got that whole caddy thing set up. Let's see if there's any notes that I need to make. Well, I'm doing things totally out of order from what my guide is recommending, which is just typical. In theory, I guess the caddy could be set up last after I verified the rest of the servers are working, but I've already set it up first. So we're just going to kind of glance over the notes for now, skipping the things that we don't need to do. Like here I'm creating a user for myself called Eric, but I don't know, we've already decided to use root because I don't really want to be committing code from the server, which is what I think I was initially trying to do. At one point I wanted to use this as a dev server, but it's really more like a staging server. Why use caddy when I can use Apache or Nginx? Is it not the same thing? It does serve the exact same thing. And for years I did use Apache, and for years I did use Nginx as well. So Apache was very clunky to configure, and Nginx is quite good, but caddy just makes it even easier. Because you notice I barely had to lift a finger to get HTTPS working, especially if you don't use Cloudflare. I had to go through a little bit of pain, especially the first few times I did it to get Cloudflare working, but now you can see it's pretty easy to get going. But yeah, it serves the exact same purpose as Apache or Nginx. It's just pretty nice because, for example, with both Apache and Nginx, if you want to change the configuration, you need to restart the server. And caddy supports what's called online configuration. So without having to restart the server, you can change configuration about how the routing works and things like that. And that's hopefully going to be pretty important for me because I want to allow different users to have their own subdomain. So I'm going to be having to use API or use caddy programmatically to request it to say, oh, create this new subdomain or create routing for a new subdomain or something like that. So we're going to skip creating the user for Eric, but we will create a user for Zerve. I'm laughing like, what is geckos? Clearly, I wrote down a note about geckos because I was pretty confused like what this geckos note is. But basically, this is a way to make this command non-interactive. One of my goals here is to make so that all of these commands can be run without a person here to type it and use it. I want to switch all of this to a script, so I'm trying to get non-interactive commands, and that's what this dash geckos thing does. So I'm going to run this, and this will create our user for Zerve. And you can see it didn't ask me for anything. Usually when you, like geckos is a delicious ice cream. Usually when you run a command like add user, it prompts you for things and it's waiting. But if you're trying to do it through a script, you can't do that. It needs to be non-interactive where, kind of like what you just saw, it just finishes. It either succeeds or it fails without trying to wait on some input. So we've created the user. And did that also create the user's directory? I don't know. I feel like these notes are pretty sloppy here. So cd into home/Zerve to see if, yeah, okay, the directory, home directory was created by add user. And we can see that there's a few files already here in the home directory. So here it's having me run yarn offline, but there's no instance of yarn here in the user's directory. So ultimately we're going to want to be building, I think, in our root directory. And that's where we already have an instance of Zerve checked out. pwd in home/Zerve, but if we do cd to root/Zerve, this is the whole repository. So we can do get status, and if we do ls, we can see that it's got our code in here. So here what I'll do is I'll do yarn ---- offline. Hopefully the ---- offline works. What it's doing is it's actually grabbing all the files from the local repository. There's a file called yarn package cache, or a folder called yarn package cache that has all of the zip files, which means we shouldn't be relying on yarn necessarily in production. but it does mean our repository is super heavy, slow to check out, because it has all of these NPM packages checked into the repo. So there's a huge trade-off there. I'm not sure I have it right at the moment. And why is it fetching packages? Didn't we just tell it to do yarn dash dash offline, but now it's taking forever to complete this step? Oh, here, I've made the window a little bit too big for you to see the progress bar. Don't know why it's taking so long. Maybe it doesn't feel like being offline today. I can relate to that for sure. We're so close. We're one package away, supposedly. Should have brought the lightsabers to work so that we can have sword fights during all of these slow steps. It's got to be doing something. It's got to be a good thing. But it really should not be relying on the network. It's just not as good as it could be, that's for sure. It's just really testing the patience because, one progress bar after another. And this isn't even the build. This is us just warming up our project. So maybe I should be taking a look at the notes and getting them a little bit more ready to publish. So the caddy notes are all over the place. I don't know. Rather than publishing this, I'd kind of rather just have a script that does it all for you. Is Caddy a relatively new server, or is it in beta? It's not in beta. It's used in production by by a handful of big companies, and a few of those companies open sourced it. But it is relatively new, especially compared to Nginx, and even more so compared to Apache. But yeah, people say good things about it, and I've had a really good experience using it. Caddy.community. What a cool domain. But that's not their actual website. Or just caddyserver.com. And it's interesting because Nginx has like kind of a different business model, whereas Caddy is really kind of a enterprise sponsored thing. Whereas Nginx has their Nginx Pro, I think is what it's called. So it can be a little frustrating when you get to like a level where there's features that you want to use that are pro features of Nginx, whereas Caddy is like got integrations with all sorts of other complicated things, including Cloudflare, which I certainly enjoy. Okay, is this done over here? I've just been, if it takes a certain amount of time, you just get distracted. So we've run yarn. Now it's time to basically run the build. I think. What else? So some of this setup here is basically setting up the user account that I was going to be using and making it so that that user account has like Git set up properly. So that's what this is. And then there's code server, which is basically an instance of VS Code that runs on the server. Back when I wanted this to be like an actual full-blown dev server, but code server is really resource intensive, and sometimes it kind of, well, in my experience, especially on small private servers like this, it can take down the whole machine, which is really sad. Like probably just from a resource consumption, it's using too much RAM and too much CPU. I've seen code server take down the machine, so I don't want it anywhere on the server. So we can move on to the actual build process, I think. Oh, we also do need the secrets file in secrets.json. And this is the only thing I'm going to really try to hide from my precious audience. But I can show you, you've seen the secrets file.template. So it's going to be inside of the repository. We're literally logged in as root, so that's why our home directory is /root, and then we've checked out the repository in /zerve. And I'm going to vi secrets.json, and it's an empty file. So first I'll show you the template. And this is what I'm going to be doing basically. I'm going to be putting in all of these secrets here. So I'm going to take my stuff off screen and actually replicate that. Okay, so we've saved the secrets.json in here with top secret secrets that look like this, but are actual secrets. Unlike the Cloudflare token that lets you edit the DNS of the whole service, these are secrets. Next up, we should be able to perform a build. Although the secrets.json is actually used during the deploy process and not the build process. And that's pretty important in case you do want to change your secrets. You don't have to run a build again, and you can use an older build, but new secrets. Okay, there's also a note here that says run the host name. So that way it's clear what just on its own server, it knows what its own host name is. So we can do that. Host name, I don't need to run sudo because I'm already root. Oh, and again, can I please make this visible for you? Hostname, aardvark.zerve.dev. Okay, that's what our host is. Okay, and now we're ready to get going on the build process. That's why there's this tag here on my notes called build process start. So we enter into our, oh, I see. The repo is so heavy, I have it set up so that it checks out the repo inside of a headless checkout, and then every time you run a build, you copy it from that local repo. I think I might do that. I think I like that idea. So I know that undoes some of our work. So we're going to be creating a new, this is going to take another decade to install, so maybe I'll look at some other things while we're in the meantime. But the build process is to basically run build. Where is the build step itself? Here we run build on our two servers. On Zoo Web, things have changed, the names have changed. Zoo Web and Aardvark server. So we run build. I see, and before we run the build even, we clean up some things like the yarn package cache that's not being used and the Git directory. So that's going to make our build a little bit lighter because it doesn't have all that junk in it. Then we'll run the build, and then we basically leave the build directory and start to package up the build. And yeah, tar is pretty annoying, where it's really important sometimes to put the trailing slash when you're running the tar command. So here, this clearly tripped me up because I say, oh, I think this trailing slash is important. But we're basically creating a new zip file, tar.gz file, with our build. And here, at one point, I had measured it that the build weighs about 1 gigabyte because it still has a bunch of mobile junk in it. So if we wanted to, we could remove the mobile junk, but that's not super high priority. Oh, I see. So the build weighs 1 gigabyte, but once it's zipped up, it's 350 megabytes or so. And then the build is complete, and then later on, and at several other points, we can decide to deploy. So once the build, artifact is made, then that's something we want to sort of keep on the server because we can reuse it. And that one build actually can be used for deploying to other servers and as well as deploying to our server. So the process for deploying is to basically unpackage that build into the Zerve home directory. And then basically there can be, I'm a little confused at like what my intent was on this part. But basically, yeah, for the deploy process, yeah, once you unpackage it, you basically copy the part out that you need, it looks like. Or you just rename it to the deployment, right? Because it's a build, but then when you want to actually start using it, it becomes a deployment. So that's basically a copy of all of the files in the repository. Because if you want, you can have multiple deployments of the same application that are running at the same time right next to each other, as long as they're not using the same resources, which is something that you do have to worry about. And look, this is the good stuff. We're copying the secrets file, and we've renamed it just to secrets.json. And earlier we saved that in our root directory, right? So it's going to be in root/secrets.json. And then we copy that into our new deployment. So in this case, the example is that the deployment is called deploy 02. And that means there can also be deployment 01 that's already running, for example. But, okay, we're finally done checking out our bare repository. So we can rewind back to the step where we were creating the headless git checkout. Git clone. Okay, so we've cloned it into something called zerve.git. And Zerve is also cloned from GitHub right now, but when we're doing a build, we actually want it to come from this zerve.git repo. So we should go through that workflow. And that's what it looks like. We do, if the build is called build03, then we're going to run this command. But it's going to be called build01. So I'm going to just run this, and we're going to start our first build. Official build start now when we do it entirely by hand. Okay, then we're going to cd into our z build 01, and then we run yarn -- offline. If you're here a second ago, you'll probably see that it does not seem to do -- offline. It'll take forever. Like probably hitting the network. I don't know why. So now we take a long sip of patience. Anyways, yeah, you'll probably notice that I'm using pretty low level and simple tools as opposed to using something fully fledged and fancy like, Kubernetes or one of the more specific sort of edge platforms like fly.io. That's pretty sexy these days. I'm keeping it as simple as possible. Okay, so we've run yarn. And at this point, we actually don't need the package cache or the .git folder anymore inside of here. So we can just delete them. And then we run our two builds. So first we'll run the Next.js build for Zoo Web. Let's see how it goes. Next.js is collecting information about us. It's at least nice of them to tell us. Like I feel like every one of these sort of startup dev tools are collecting information on us, but at least Next is polite enough to let us know and give us a way of opting out. It's checking the types, which is probably not going to succeed, but I don't think the types need to pass in order for the build to succeed. I'm pretty sure I have that configured. Pretty sure, mostly because I need that. There are going to be a lot of type failures. We're far from perfect on the type side of things. It's tricky when the project is so like wildly dynamic. Okay. How patient should I be? Okay, the build did fail, probably because of TypeScript issues. Okay, well this is one of those moments when I really wish that I had the ability to change the code from the server side. So now I need to make sure that I can actually build this on my computer. I actually kind of hope that I can't, and that it fails, and that I get the same failure on my computer. So at one point, a week or two ago, I copied everything into a new Next app, and I probably didn't configure TypeScript to be optional. I think we should have TypeScript and we should have robustness here, but it shouldn't break the build. You should still be able to build even if you have some slight TypeScript issues, or in my case, major TypeScript errors. Here we go. This is just what I want. So on the next config.js, TypeScript ignore build errors. Inside of zoo web, and oh great, this file's already complicated. There's already stuff going on here. There's already all sorts of stuff. So there's something called next config. Yeah, this is the one. This is it, baby. Dangerous. I'm going to leave that warning in there because that warning seems fair enough. You got to pay some penalty when you sidestep problems in a major way like this. Skipping validation of types. Wow, that's going to make the build so much faster in any case. But we should absolutely have a separate workflow, part of a testing workflow, where one of the first steps is like make sure that the types pass. Or at least make sure that the types are not worse than they were yesterday. I think that's going to be, from a workflow perspective, like I don't actually know how to achieve that, but it'd be great if we could just make it so that, like, prevent me from landing code that makes the type situation worse if there are new type errors. Well, that's good. So the build works. Now I just need to commit this code. Hey, do you want to see my super pretty GUI for Git? I use Tower, and it's beautiful, native, and how many changes do I have locally? What's going on? What have I been up to? I've deleted stuff. Oh, I moved those applications around, didn't I? Zoo server, aardvark server. Yeah, I was just going to commit this. Say rearrange applications from earlier in the stream. And also I think I've made some small changes to those notes. Better to just commit and move forward, you know? Okay, so what's the workflow like once the code is changed on the server side? Okay, we're inside of the build. And we don't want to throw this build out. You know, ideally, we would be starting a fresh build, but that who has time for that? So what we can do is we can cd into zerve.git and do a git pull, or a git fetch, I think is all that's necessary. And now it's done its fetch. It's received 15 objects, so that seems realistic. I'm going to go back to the previous directory I was in. And now we'll just do git pull. Well, first I'll do git status. Like, what's going on? Git? Not a git repository, huh? Right, because I deleted the .git folder. So we are gonna restart this a little bit. Can't pull if there's no .git folder, can I? So I'm going to get rid of actually both this build that we screwed up and The old Zerve directory that we had earlier. So we're going to rimwrap those, get those deleted, and we're going to follow this process again. So we're going to do git clone from the git repo into zbuild01. And then we're going to cd into that directory. And then we will run yarn offline, which takes forever, for no good reason. For no good reason, I tell you. This wait was exactly like why I put the yarn package cache in the repository, so that way like this step would be super fast. It didn't work. And yeah, this aardvark server step would have failed before earlier because we hadn't even committed the rearrangement there. So now we are really off to the races. Hopefully we'll be running this thing in 20 minutes? I don't know, half an hour. Let's be realistic. Okay, so now we can delete the stuff that we no longer need inside this repository because we've run the yarn steps. Now we run build. We expect a success because we saw a success on our laptop when we built the same thing. But here we are on the aardvark server, brand new. And yeah, there are lots of ways that we can speed this up for future runs, both the entire process and the build process. I'm hoping to automate it all using Zerve itself, so that way it can it has its own script to start its own server. So the server that's designed to run on my laptop, called Puppy, will deploy. We'll use that scripting setup to redo this process that we're doing and deploy aardvark to the server. And then aardvark will use that same code that Puppy was running to deploy the production server. So I've got a convoluted and awesome, concept of how all this stuff is going to work. We should all be excited about that. But what's not exciting is this. Next build failed. Yarn workspace, zoo web. Let me just do, oh, here, I was about to run git in this folder again, but that's not going to work because we just deleted git. I was going to run get log because I wanted to make sure that we have the correct thing. Like maybe we didn't get the most recent code. Well, here, just as a sanity check, I'm going to ls z build 01/apps, and I'm going to see if, yeah, it has zoo server. Okay, old code is here. So this is like Eric being a total noob. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the git repo, zerve.git. I need to git pull, perhaps? It must be running a work tree, right, which is exactly why I earlier did git fetch. And it didn't really seem to get anything that time. It didn't say that it got any objects. And here, I'm just going to double check. Yeah, I've already pushed everything that I have locally, including this new change, like the aardvark server. What a great name. Actually, as much as I hate the name zoo, I love the name aardvark. And because that's the kind of staging server, I'm going to be focusing on that for a while. So it's going to be aardvark, aardvark, aardvark. The only thing I know about aardvarks is Arnold. That is his name, Arnold? No, Arthur. Arthur the aardvark. From the Hey Arnold. I mean Hey Arthur, the TV show. I might be crossing my wires a little bit. So the problem is that we're not getting the new updates from from the place where the updates get. So basically, here's the topology: is on the server there's one repo that is a permanent repo that has all of the code and state and packages for the project, and it can fetch from GitHub supposedly, because GitHub is where all the stuff is being saved publicly. And then whenever we want to do a build, we're trying to copy that thing. But the problem is, like, it's not getting updated properly, it seems. Various upgrades and fixed Babel pin is the most recent thing. And it thinks that is main. So clearly, it's not getting correctly. So what is this called? Is it called a headless repository? No, it's called a bare Git repository. How to pull bare Git repository. Or how to fetch? Because I thought I did a fetch. Git remote. Git remote origin. Will it tell me about Git remote? I want it to tell me about this origin to see if it's the correct thing. Like if I do a cat of .git slash is .git here. Oh, I can just do cat of config, and it'll specify the origin. Git fetch. Why does git fetch not seem to do what I need it to do? Git log. Okay, let's just make sure that GitHub does have the latest. It does. It has 9 minutes ago, 49 BDD. Git, okay, what about git fetch origin? I am crazy. What is going on? All I'm trying to do is like get my code to the server. And I don't want to clone it again. It's a bare repository. Get a working copy of a bare repository. I get it. Wait, how do you fetch to a bare repository? That's the main question, because apparently get fetch is not how it's done. How to update the bare repo. You'd think that it would just work. What is -q? The remotest repo. That's so funny that they use the word remotest. Git push -- all URL of the bare repo. That's if you're trying to push. Alternatively, do a fetch. Okay. That seems a little weird, because didn't I do a fetch? I can do git fetch origin, and it doesn't even complain. But it also says I can specify a URL. So like git fetch like that, that's a URL. Git log. And it still thinks that main. So because this is a bare repository, like, does it have its own concept of main? And when you do a fetch, it basically just keeps in mind, how do I make it so that my branch follows? Get fetch dash dash all? No way that would do it. What's the difference between that and get fetch? Yeah, this is still not the latest commit. Right? Who's the crazy one, right? This is the commit that I just made, rearrange applications. And still it has this 2-hour-old commit even though I fetch it from github.com from the right place. I don't understand the workflow with the bare repository here. The only solution besides recreating it with git clone dash dash mirror. So what is git clone dash dash mirror as opposed to git clone dash dash bare? All right, it's nice when someone's auto-completing that. Oh no, I've already been on this page before, so I'm supposed to already know this? It's scary when you see a purple link that you're following again. Okay, I need to switch to mirror, it looks like. Okay, I'm gonna be back in a minute. I might take a quick, get a small bite to eat, hear my stomach rumbling again. But when we come back, we're gonna switch and use a mirror, and then we can charge forward with our build. So see you in 5. Okay. So we're redoing the step in the process. This way we're going to have a bare repository on our staging server that's set up to mirror GitHub. Then hopefully when we tell it to fetch, it actually updates the refs as well as pulling all the objects. Because that's what the problem was, I think. It was grabbing the data from GitHub, but it wasn't following the references that GitHub had. So because we just checked it out fresh, we're not actually testing the change in behavior here. But whatever. We'll get back to that in a second, I'm sure. Next time we have some changes that we have to push through. Okay, now we're off to the build races again. So what does the build process say? Well, first we're supposed to run fetch, which we know that we don't need to do anymore. And also I'm going to change this path, because we're inside of root. Excuse me. Oh, look how fast that build was, or that clone was. So now when we go into Z build 01, we run yarn dash dash offline. Or we might as well just run yarn. I don't know if it does any difference. We'll see. So we're preparing the dependencies for our fresh build. The next step is the actual build. We need to do one build for the web server and then one for the API. Just waiting on yarn. Alright, so now we try the build for the web server. Fingers crossed that TypeScript now is getting skipped. Yeah, it does. So this whole thing is broken up into a few discrete processes. There's the process for kind of creating the server, the process for setting up the server, which should be kind of idempotent, so that in case something changes on the way that the server is set up, you can just run that process again on the same server, and it just fixes what needs to be fixed, and it doesn't redo things that are already done. And then another process to build, which is going from a certain commit in the code base to a build artifact. And possibly something will go wrong in the build process and you need to repeat that step. So the same commit has multiple builds because one build could go wrong. For example, yeah, like while it's, talking to the network. I don't think right now it's talking to the network. Right now it's just doing a local build, but potentially there are steps that do hit the network. And if those fail, then the whole build will fail. You need to be able to redo that. And same with the deployment process, where you're going from a build to an instance of it running. So that's kind of how I think of the infrastructure, as like several different workflows that need to be managed. Disabled SWC as a replacement for Babel. I think that what that means is that it's using Webpack. Because I think SWC is really more of a replacement for... Well, I'm not sure, but I think you use SWC instead of Webpack. Or maybe it actually is a replacement for Babel. I'm not sure. I wonder if I'm on Webpack 5 or Webpack 4. But either way, it's pretty slow. This is not running on my super fast laptop. This is running on a very cheap server. It's only $10 a month, so that's why it took a minute, but we did finish our web build. Good. Now we can do the build for the whatever servers we're trying to build for, but in this case it's the Aardvark server. We have a special server built for Aardvark server, and this uses ESBuild, and that's why it was instant. Also, it's a much lighter application because it's just the API, rather than having to load all of Next and all of React, and React DOM and React Native Web. The web app is a much heavier app, but wow, the API was fast. You want to run it again? Okay. And it's done. Okay, so that was fun. Now the build is basically done, and it's saying that we should leave the directory and start to package it up. Whoever wrote these notes 1 month ago, 2 months ago. Okay, so we've got the directory where it's just our main Git repo, and then we have the build that we just created. So now our job is to basically package up this build as a zip, so that way it's really kind of easy to work with and easy to copy from, things like that. So here we go. We run this tar command, but the build is called build01 rather than build03. Okay, run tar, blah blah blah, that's going. And the next step will be to remove the actual build folder, because we will have created the final artifact at this point. And I'm hoping these applications work, because like this build will be a pretty tedious process to replicate, especially right now when we're doing everything by hand. In this process, I'm kind of laughing at myself because it's like it's not strictly necessary to zip it up, but it's going to result in a much more reliable and deterministic thing, because if you ever run that build, that application could change its own files. That's not entirely unheard of. So that's why it's nice to have one zip or one tar.gz, which is what we're creating here, that has all of the files very precisely packaged up. And then what you can do is you can also take a checksum of this really large package and say, oh, now this is the ID of the build, because this is what it's like, hopefully deterministically. If it's built again, it should be built with exactly the same output. Now that's not guaranteed, but that's the hope. Is this done? I'm going to be 40 by the time this is done. Oh my god. Once it's done, we'll also be able to easily see the size of it. We'll be able to just say, how big is this build? And this one package has, it's built a few different things. It's built a few different pieces. But it does have everything in it. It even has the mobile app. So it could be stripped down further from here. But right now it's not. Oh my god. Okay, it's still going. I wonder what it was hanging on. I'm just going to scroll up to the place where it was hanging. So it was one of these two things, probably. No clue what this is. But this is the place where it was taking like 5 minutes. Okay, is it done yet? No. Wait a second, did I skip a step? Oh no. I think I skipped a step and we're gonna want to go back. Watch this. Okay, so du-sh, and now I can query for the size basically of this new package that we created. It's 2.7 gigabytes. Way bigger than I expected. It's not what I wanted. I definitely skipped a step. We're going back into the thing. The build is not complete, even though this is the step where the build should be complete. So I'm going to remove this big oversized bundle that we created. I'm going to cd back into the build directory, and I'm going to run the command that I forgot to run, which is this command, deleting the .get directory and the yarn package cache. So basically, this is stuff that's not necessary to run the application. This is just junk that's from the perspective of the build. It's just junk. Okay, so now if I do like get status, it's going to be like this isn't even a get directory, which is exactly what we want to see. So now if we cd up and then we run the tar gz command, now this will take a long time, but not as long. Isn't this funny that there's a file in here called nextserver.js.nft.json? Like, you'd think that I would know if there were freaking NFTs in my project. I mean, now I'm just dying to know. What's the NFT file? Let's see. It's inside of NFT sus. NFT sus in my application. So, wait, okay, I probably have a build locally. So if I cd into code, the directory, apps, zoo, web, now cat.next/cache. Is this a nextism? I think they're just trolling us, but I want to see what the nft.json says. Huh. I wonder what NFT means in their world. But it's just a bunch of paths, it looks like, to different node modules. It's really boring, this NFT file. Sussy. Anyways, are we done creating our bundle? I sure hope so. Can we get back to work? Yes. Okay, so now we're going to do check the size of the package using disk usage -sh. Okay, 304 megabytes. Okay, this is kind of the size I was expecting. It's big, but we could make it smaller, and I think that's fine for now. So now our build is done. Congratulations, everyone. We've built our application. Let's sure hope that this build actually works when we try to run it. And running it is the next step. Okay, so the deploy process, according to whoever wrote these terrible notes. Yay, we're finally moving on to the next step, and eventually I was hoping to move on to interesting stuff. You know, the manual setup of the server is the boring part of the stream. That was supposed to be the first short part, but it's all right. because we're having fun. So the first step is to expand the build that we just created. So we package it up into this bundle, and then we're unpackaging it. And it's like, that sounds ridiculous and redundant. And the reason why is because they're separate processes. Is because the build process is something that we want to be like a clear process with this one output file. And we have it. It's 304 megabytes. A little big, but it could be worse. So I'm going to customize this command. It needs to be build-0.tarz, and we have the Zerve directory all set up. So let's see what it says. Oh, I wrote the command cat. You pet the cat. So no, what cat does is it outputs the content of a file. It's basically like a really fast and easy way of opening the file or seeing the content of the file. I can't really edit from cat, but it just dumps the output of the file into the terminal or into the standard output. It's one of those old school common commands, and then I just use it kind of as a shortcut. Let's see, where did I say it? Yeah, there's lots of little silly command line things, but all it does is just tell me the content of the file. So we've ran this, so let's go look at that. Let's go cd into home/zerve, and we'll ls, and we have the build here. But we don't want it to be called the build. We want it to be called deploy-01, because today we're sysadmins, not developers. That's why we have one indexed. We're using one index of 1. I don't know why. I can't explain it. So now we can also copy the secrets file into our deployment. And so our deployment is called deploy-01. Okay, and this is the secret files that I don't want to show you. Cannot find secrets.json. Okay, I'm just going to do ls root/secrets. Where is it? Like, where did I create that secrets file earlier? Home Zerve. Okay, well, I'm a little worried that I created a file full of secrets and then misplaced it on the server. No big deal. Probably nobody else but me can log into the server, so I'm not too concerned. cd to my home directory and ls. Maybe I deleted the secrets file. But to create it, all I have to do is do vi secrets. And here's another opportunity for me to accidentally show you a bunch of API keys and cause a nightmare for myself. Okay, vi secrets.json. I'm going to take this to the other screen. And then here I'm going to look up the secrets.json, but I'm going to not show you. And I go insert it on Vim. Oops, hang on, I'm making typos. Okay. All right, yeah, secrets.json. They should be in there. Let me close it and bring this back. Okay, now if I do ls, it has the secrets.json. Good, so I'm going to run that command that I was running earlier, where we're copying it into the deploy. Yeah, it's not exactly a secret location, but the content of the file is secret, in theory. The format of the file is not secret, though, because I want you to be able to run this on your own server if you'd like. Okay, so we've copied the secrets into the deployment, and then we're going to need to configure the hell out of this deployment in just a second. Last step, I think, on actually editing the files for the deployment is to chown. Oh, and I need to rename it so that we're choning deploy 1. So here we're basically making sure that the Zerve user has access to these files, because otherwise the Zerve user like these files are currently owned by root, but now after this command, they're owned by the Zerve user. But we need to actually create these services and use them. So that's what the next suite of steps are about. Why is this deploy process end? Because no, it's really important to do these things. I think the deploy process, deploy process end is more like down here, it feels like. Because editing the service and then reloading the configuration, that's part of deploying, I believe. So we've gotten to this step. Now we can go ahead and create our service file. So first we'll create the service file for server. And I don't know if I'm going to follow this convention always indefinitely, but this is what our service is called. Zerve server deploy 01. I'm just going to make it all shorter because we're going to have to type this out. Zerve server 01. And there's also going to be zweb 01. zweb 01. Because there can be lots of different deployments into the future. So what's the content of this service file? We need to figure that out. .service. So, past Eric, what have you done for us here? We're configuring the server. So this is the service file that we had for the server. And I'm just going to copy and paste it all for now, and then we can go and evaluate it. So it specifies the port. And then what about the secrets file? Where's the secrets file loaded from? Aardvark server. We can either specify it through the environment, which is the path of the secrets file, or it loads. This looks like it's attempting to load the root directory of the repository. I'm not sure if this is going to work though, because this is going to be built. But for now, I assume that this is going to work. If it complains it can't see the secrets file, then sure, we'll go ahead and provide it through the environment variable. But we are going to provide the port environment variable because we want to provide like a custom port for our service. I don't know. For this service, I don't know. We'll call it 9999. And we're also specifying node env to be production. This is where we can specify any environment variables. Like, what other environment variables did we decide were important? For this one, not much else, because but the other service, I think we do need to specify the environment variable that points to this service. Okay, which is not a secret. It's like a variable, like just an input variable, basically. Okay, and it sets the user to be Zerve. So this looks pretty good, and it says the working directory is. That doesn't look right. Hang on. So I'm going to write this thing down, but we need to go look at basically where we want the server to run from. That's what the working directory is. And exec start is what file are we running. And I don't think there's something called apps/server anymore. It's going to be apps/aardvark server, right? Yeah, apps/aardvark server. Okay. So let me fix that right now. And is it going to be build/index.js? What I'll do is on my machine, I'll do yarn workspace, aardvark server build, I just want to run the build on my computer, and then what I can do is I can ls apps/aardvark server. Oh, no, it's apps. I'm seeing what's inside of the build to make sure that there is an index.js. And it looks like there is, but there's also a zoo server and an aardvark server. So this is old stuff. When we run build, it looks like it's just polluting the build directory, so I'm going to go ahead and actually delete the build directory, run the build again, look at it one more time, and see, look, yeah, it does not have an index.js, but it does have an aardvark server.js. So that is exactly why we have to line this stuff up. Now we're going to edit the service file. Okay. I'm feeling pretty good about this service file here. So now that the service file is created, we have to do system control daemon reload. And that means basically that the system has accepted the service file. It hasn't caused any errors. There were no errors in that file itself. So we just move on to the next file before we even, well, we might as well go ahead and try enabling and starting the service. Doing things slightly out of order just to see what it looks like for one service before we move on to the next service. So we can then do enable. Oh, and I've renamed a bunch of things here. So all of these commands are why I wanted to use a shorter name, so that it's a little easier to get at this stuff. So we've done daemon reload. So we're going to start the server, and then we can enable the server, which is basically going to mean that it'll happen at boot as well. So there's no errors while starting it. That's a good sign. We can do status now. It's running. That's a good sign. That means that it started without errors. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enable on it as well. And it created a symlink saying, oh, basically this is going to happen now when the system starts up. Great. And if I want to see the log outputs of the server, I can run journal control -u. All these have sudo as well, because I was originally planning on doing this stuff as my user. But now we're doing it as root, so we don't need the sudo for any of this stuff. System control status, no, journal control, so we can see the log outputs of the server. Okay, it says server started at localhost :9999. So I don't know if that's gonna 99. I sound like a German. I don't know. That's a terrible joke. The worst jokes ever come to mind. So we have our server called aardvark.zerve.dev, and we're going to try to see if we can do http :// and then hit port 9999. It doesn't work. It's not allowing us. It's trying to use HTTPS because Chrome just feels like using HTTPS for a site ever since it sees it for the first time using HTTPS. So just to try, see what things are like in opposite land, I'm going to open up Firefox. Opposite world. And I'm even going to open incognito mode. Secure connection failed. Oh, I know, because I was trying to go to the non-HTTPS. Ah. Okay, whatever. I was just trying to see if this works, but it probably won't because I think the server is just listening locally rather than listening to anybody who tries to hit this port. Because we don't want them to hit it this way. We want them to go through Caddy. And we're going to set up Caddy in just a moment. But now we can set up the web service as well. Now that we see the server or the API server is like starting without complaint, I think that's a good sign. So we need to basically replicate the same process by editing a service file. I'm going to go into VI for editing the service file. The web service file is really similar. And I need to fix a few things, again, because the servers have changed since when I wrote this originally. So deploy 01 apps, and now it's called zoo web. So this is how you start with next start. And it looks like that's going to remain unchanged because we're in home, Zerve, deploy 1. And we're going to have a different port as well. For this, let's just call it, I don't know. You get creative with your port numbers, 9900. And the API ends with 99. Or what about 9990? Okay. It also has node end as production. And just to follow through with what we said earlier, and also because I think this is necessary, technically necessary, we want to specify the Z origin environment variable. And it's going to be HTTP, here I'll put it in quotes because I'm nervous. Nervous quotes? HTTP :// right? All of these different characters make me nervous. Like, I'm just going to put it in quotes. Quotes ought to make it safe, right? HTTP :// because I don't know about systemd service file escape format. Localhost 9999. That's where our API server is based. And we should be able to talk to our API server locally that way. Right? Or no, because this is a web server, we need to provide the publicly available URL, which isn't actually available yet, but it's coming. https ://dev.zerve.app. So we're going to set up routing so that dev.zerve.app is kind of where our application is deployed. In theory, we could do staging, like a different thing. Well, thanks for hanging out, Juliner. Yeah, exactly. I appreciate you hanging out. Please get your beauty sleep. I won't work too hard, but I do hope to stream for a few more hours. It's just so fun. But yeah, no, I really appreciate you you dropping in, getting out of lurk mode. And yeah, have a good sleep. I'm pretty close to getting this working, because once this service works, yeah, exactly. Good night. Good night, Juliner. Once this service works, we just need to configure Caddy to push this stuff to the front end. So we've configured the web service. Now we need to run those commands again to actually use that new configuration. So first, system control daemon reload reloads the daemon without error. I like it when there are no errors. So then we start the web server. That's probably the one that's most likely to fail, I would say. So now let's look at the logs. Let's see what Next.js is saying. It says it started on 9990. Okay. It's almost like I've done this before. I mean, months ago, but I've done this. Okay, so now it's working. We're going to go ahead and enable it. So that way it happens when the server restarts. We want this to come back up. Right, and we've also enabled Caddy, right? Like system, let's just double check. Enable Caddy. I don't have to do that again, right? I think Caddy was already enabled. Yeah, okay. Caddy was already enabled. I've decided. And also let's check the status of the web service just to see that it looks green. Okay. So at this point, things maybe are working. We need to set up Caddy to point to our two different servers. So do I have a Caddy config that like shows what this would look like? Caddy file. Yeah, this is what it would look like. And we've already copied part of it, actually. This is what we've copied so far in order to get the Cloudflare connection working. So now I'm going to edit Etsy caddy file. I'm actually just going to delete this entire file because it's kind of ugly. Then I'll paste in this whole thing. The API server is at 9999. The web server is at 9990. So this is a full caddy file, I believe. We've neglected to configure our other hostname, but it doesn't really matter because this is what we care about. Okay, so I'm going to save this caddy file and have caddy reload it. Okay, there's some warning about formatting, but it seems to have worked. Let's see now if our service is working. dev.zerve.app. Oh my gosh. That's like working not a little bit, but working a lot bit. Because that's evidence that everything is working. Look, oh man, I've got to show you here, even on its own standalone thing here. Oh man, Juliner was here this like whole time, and then I get a working deployment 30 seconds after they leave. Anyways, this is the web front end, the Next.js application. It's also got a functioning API, it seems, because this content wouldn't be appearing here if it wasn't querying it through the API. So I can tap on auth. There's no users in here. Do you think I should just try like logging in? I can't use my username and password because there is no username or user or any of that. So I'll go ahead and type in my email address, eric@zerve.app. Hopefully it sends me a nice auth code. Okay. I can go log in. Well, I think that's our first issue. There's an attempt to use WebSockets, which is failing. I'm not entirely surprised by that, although I wouldn't say I'm not disappointed. I'm mostly confused what network request failed. I'm just going to hit refresh, and we have to go through this process again, sadly. Email. It did send me a new auth code, which means that the previous auth request had at least partially succeeded. There might be a failure in the web front end here. Okay, create session, responded successfully, but the front end is failing here. So I need to try to replicate and see what exactly is going wrong. One thing I can do, the first thing I'll try is to see if I can just get it to happen locally in dev mode. Just normal bug replication here. Yarn workspace, aardvark server dev. And that's the mobile app, that's the server. And this is the web front end that's going to point to, it says currently 3333, but it's actually 8999. Wow, I have to worry about too many port numbers, I've decided. I'm screwing myself. It's really my own fault. But wouldn't it be nice if I could log in on the real website? I think that would be splendid. Or it would be nice if it worked at all. Port 3000 is in use, trying 3001 instead. Okay, here, what if I just restart the server now that I've made port 3000 available? Does that make everybody happy? Sadly enough, I think this is what it's like when it's working. It's just that slow. Okay, now we're running it on our computer and in dev mode rather than in a production build. So let's see if we can replicate the bug. I'm also going to open up the console. Hit login, and it logs in successfully. Something about it is different. Not sure if I can quite pin my finger on what. Here's one thing I will do. I'm going to jump into the source code here and see this next data. This includes props, page props, and yes, it includes the actual HTTPS here. So one thing here is that dev.zerve.app has a .z API, and this allows us to hit the API. And then if you hit dev.zerve.app itself, this is hitting, oh gosh, it's so ugly when it has that single page behavior rather than having this server rendered. But once you're logged in, it makes more sense to have the single page behavior. Still, that doesn't really justify the current situation where it's super slow and flashy. So we logged in here locally. And it just doesn't work when we do it through this. What if we just like try it in Firefox and look at Firefox DevTools and see what they have to say about it? They might have a different opinion, you know? Look at that drop down. It looks terrible. But also better than no drop down. Wait, did I type that correctly? Okay, well, at least the behavior is the same on different platforms, you know. It would actually be annoying to me if it worked here. It's way better that it's broken because now there's consistency to it. Does the console say anything? You don't think the WebSocket connection is preventing it from working? That doesn't make any sense. Local storage. So it's supposed to write to the local storage when it succeeds. Oh, this is another drop down. That's so funny. It does not look good. This part does not look good. But it is a functioning drop down. That's nice. So yeah, local storage is supposed to write to the connections at the time when it comes back. Okay, next up, I assume this is not a server-side behavior, by the way. Like, it's not going to change when the Node.js code is built. In fact, the Node.js build code is running in dev mode, so I need to try running this next JS code, the web front end, in production mode. How do I do that? I do yarn workspace zoo web build. And then how do I start it? I just do next start. Zoo web next start. Yarn, I'll do yarn next start. That looks correct. I'm pretty sure this is using production mode. Prod mode. Okay, so now if I go to localhost, I wonder if I can replicate it this time. Am I logged in? Am I already experiencing the error? Or is there other bad things happening? You tell me. The API server is still up. So who's getting bad requests? Oh, you know who's getting bad requests? Is it the web app who isn't configured properly? You need to be configured with Z origin. And we'll set you to let's get you caught up. Okay, I'll take it. It worked a minute later than I thought it would work, but so now we replicate. I want to see the same error. The same error that we see in production. Because here we can hopefully get more information about it. No, it worked. It's supposed to be broken here. So maybe the issue is that we're on the same host. And like, yeah, the ability for me to debug this is now very limited because like I could put log statements in so that they log in production, but then I have to go through the whole build and deploy process to get this running on the server. So I also might just declare this good enough so that I can move on to the rest of the build and deploy process, because I think that's where we can get a lot more productivity. I don't know. It's more like music is stopping at just the right moments for these mic drop moments. Well, thanks to my one viewer for hanging out. Making good progress, even though we can't replicate this error that we have when trying to authenticate in production, or semi-production, quasi-production. Well, one thing I can do is I can experiment with the raw API and set up a username and password. That way I can come back in here and authenticate. Or try authenticating through a different workflow that doesn't involve sending me 1,000 annoying emails. That's the dream. We could even get 1Password familiar with this. All right, so I'll spend a few minutes on that, and then I'm gonna want like a more of a proper break because streaming does kind of wear me out. I just feel like I'm losing my voice. So, API. Where are you, Insomnia? Here I can configure what server. So the demo server. Is the demo server the real demo server? No. I'm going to rename this. Okay, so demo server, I'm going to rename to aardvark server, and it's dev.zerve.app with HTTPS, of course. So this is us testing our dev server. And then I'll go ahead and duplicate this. Can I duplicate? Okay, maybe I can't. Oh, there's a duplicate button. I found it. Come on, Insomnia. You can do better than that. Aardvark. Sorry, it's not Aardvark server. This would be the Zebra server. Zebra server. And that is production, which is just zerve.app. And that's where the good stuff is. Is not. Will be. Maybe, hopefully, one day. Okay. So we're going to jump into aardvark server and do query for the root. Now we can query for auth. Okay, so we'll start with calling create session. So you specify strategy and payload, address, and token. So it's going to look like this. Strategy set to email. Payload for the strategy is going to have two things. Token, which will be null at first while we're requesting the email. This, by the way, is the process for logging in via email through the API. Invalid auth attempt. Oh, because token here should be, this is a bad error. The error should be a validation error, but token needs to be null, properly null. Okay, so we've gone and sent myself a token. It comes back saying null. Yeah, you've done it. Okay, UOG-FTT. That's now the token. UOG-FTT. Okay, so now if I hit send, it comes back giving me the session ID, the session token, and a long-ass username. So I'm going to need this stuff. And I'll come into auth, set username workflow. And here I'm able to set my own username. So I'm going to go ahead and claim the username Eric. Oh, I think I need to use lowercase. I think usernames have case sensitivity bugs that I need to address. But there's the username and the password for basic auth. So what were we doing? The username is literally the user ID. The password is two parts. The password has the session ID and also the session token. So session ID dot session token. Okay, so hopefully I can send, all right, it succeeded at quote unquote set username. So probably if I repeat and try to set my username to Eric2, it fails because I am not, like, my session has changed. So if I want to change it to Eric2 or anything, I need to come into basic and change username here to Eric, which is the current username. But I don't care. I do just want to move on to set password. So here, I'm going to go, can I see this? I want to get this whole string. Set password is probably one of these things, maybe? Auth user, well, set password is basically the same behavior here. Instead of set username, it's literally set password. So I'll just go ahead and use that for now. And, oops, come on. Raw value. Let me think. I'm going to look quickly at the implementation of set username, or set password. There's a set password schema. And I want to see if this is just a password or if this is actually an object that contains a password. It has the previous password and the new password, but the previous password is not required. So that's good news because I don't have a previous password. So it's just new password. Okay, and I'm going to run this request off screen. I'll let you know if it succeeds because this is the real server. It's not going to be my top secret password either, but you'll never guess it. This password security is impenetrable. All 6 characters. Okay, so that succeeded. Good news that it succeeded. Maybe that means we'll be able to log in now. Because here, look, I'm just going to refresh. And we're going to tap username and password. Eric. And I'll type the password. Oh, it's not going to hide the password. Well, screw it. Wait, well, here, I'll do it off screen. Okay, same behavior as the other thing. Okay, so I'm just going to set the password to something that you can see. Foobar. I don't know why I thought that it mattered. Okay, so now foobar, I'm going to hit login, and we're getting our failure. Great, at least now we can replicate our bug without having to email ourselves. So that is the advantage of using the API directly. So in a sense, that means we were totally successful, right? Right? And also, wouldn't it be nice if the WebSockets worked? Don't know if that's something that is an issue, because like we're introducing several new things between the web browser and our application. It used to just be the web browser talking to our Node application, our API, but now it's the web browser talking through Cloudflare, through Caddy, which are both basically proxying. So I think they should also kind of be able to proxy the WebSockets when we need them. But then it's also my responsibility to not use the WebSockets too aggressively, because otherwise that's going to hammer the whole system. I'm just going to do a quick search for Caddy WebSockets, because Caddy is the thing that I have control over. And I think I have gotten Cloudflare to proxy WebSockets correct in the past. Caddy v2, that's what everyone's using. Do you need a WebSocket or a Unix socket? I mean, no, I kind of need WebSockets. Caddy.json, classy, using JSON instead of the Caddy file. but it's a little bit more of a verbose format. As you can see, it's pretty hard to read. I wonder if I can get more information on the WebSocket error. Does the network tab have details? Finished. Finished is not good. You want it to connect permanently. Or, I mean, not permanently, but until you disconnect. So WebSocket never manages to connect, but it's probably a totally separate issue. So here, if we see at the WebSocket connection, it just connects once. Right? Maybe? No? This doesn't actually look like a successful connection, does it? Status is 101, and here status just says finished. That's not even a status. What's going on? Well, debugging this part does not seem very fun to do on stream. It would be really nice if we could log into the web interface, but hey, we've already logged into the real web app through the API. So, in a sense, we were highly successful. I'm just going to take credit for that and feel good about myself. And I'm super kind of hungry or feel weird, but I do kind of want to keep streaming. I'm just sort of hooked. So what if we switch gears to some more fun stuff? Some stuff that's a little bit more fun than this. I don't know. I think that would be fun. I think I want to really deliver for my one live viewer and anybody who follows along. But here we are, dev.zerve.app. It's a ugly application, but it's on the real internet. Anyone can come here and go to dev.zerve.app and, just like me, not be able to log in. But if you know the API, if you're paying close attention during the stream, theoretically you could create an account. Theoretically you could use this as a free service with absolutely no warranties, no guarantees, and, you know, not much privacy. Not until I grant it to you. But no, I mean, I won't do anything bad with your data, especially in the I need to build people's trust from the early days. So, but yeah, right now, putting this service out here with absolutely zero guarantees, and at some point I will start making more guarantees about privacy and uptime and API stability, because this is still going to be changing all the time. Lots and lots of changes. Beautiful. So wouldn't it be nice if a lot of that stuff was automated? That's kind of my dream, to have Zerve do what we just did. But it's tricky because we need to be able to recover from bad situations, handle incomplete things. We saw there were all sorts of bumps in the road along the way to getting just this far. There are still issues. I don't know. Maybe an issue with local storage. Maybe that's the next thing I'll experiment with, is to see if local storage works on this, because, you know, we're getting the session to the client successfully, but it's not able to save the session, it seems. But there is some functioning local storage that's happening. Because if we look here at local storage, we see this record that has been created by us. Maybe we need to try replicating our local storage like this when we're doing our local reproduction of this bug. Because right now, it has a connection kind of hard-coded here. Okay, what if I try this? Local storage, and then I now refer to dot connection storage, and then say this is now set to an empty array. Now if I refresh, everything looks the same. It still connects to the API correctly, but, oh man, I think we might have found the issue here. We go into email. I don't know, maybe if I don't remember my password on this instance, so I have to do this email workflow. I've never been so excited to see a bug. I think I'm about to see it. Okay, I hit login, and we see the bug locally. So we don't, that means that when I fix the bug, I don't have to go deploy it to the server, or when I think I fixed the bug, or if I want to learn something about this problem, I don't have to deploy it to the server. And now I have a very firm understanding of what the problem is. It has to do with the fact that there is no saved connection configuration that we can put the session into. So when we're ready to set the session, we're about to go save it into a configuration that doesn't exist. And the reason it doesn't exist, anyways, I think that's actually a pretty great breakthrough for opportunity for another break. I've been working hard. I need a bite to eat. I need to use the restroom. Been streaming for 3 hours, and I'd like to keep going. So hang out. Thanks for chilling, viewer, and I'll be back with you in just a few minutes. Yo, okay. What a great surprise earlier that we actually can get to the bottom of our bug. It's not some mystery that's beyond us. That's refreshing. It's a bug within our grasp. So I'm going to save my place on a lot of these files. I'm just going to close these files up. Commit where I'm at with those. So I think half the bug is here, and half the bug is somewhere in this file. But this is the buggy behavior. Because this reset connection causes all sorts of troubles now. So this is the behavior of reset connection, and this is where a lot of the issue comes from. But we could also fix it in set session. But that really doesn't, I shouldn't worry about the default connection. And that's kind of the question. That is the question, set session. Because all set session does is, it sets the session. And this behavior is just junky. I want to delete everything I've got selected, basically. What if instead of use saved connection, we had a separate implementation for web that was like smarter and more aware of what's happening in this file? Because it's kind of a different concept. Use web connection. You don't provide a connection key, but you do provide config. Site config. Okay, good. So now we need like a fresh implementation of this, which is not fun. This is our previous implementation, basically. So I'll just copy it, and then I'll delete use webcon. So this is what we had previously. As bad as it was, it partially worked. So this is a const we need to move over. No problem. We'll be sure to export it. Okay, so we have use memo and use effect from React. Really gross that use effect is being used in this way. But yeah, what it's doing is it's making sure that if the configuration that we're being told we're at, like if the host that we're being told we're on does not match the host that's been saved, then you need to throw away what has been saved. Wait, but reset connection doesn't mean empty array. Reset connection will replace. So maybe this isn't the issue, actually. Yeah, reset connection does not delete the connection. Okay. Well, in any case, it's nice to have use web connection here. So we'll import that. Then we'll also import web primary const. Okay, we can clean up some of those imports. So use web connection. Let's go improve this. So where is the empty array coming from? That's kind of what I'm wondering. So use saved connections uses this connections node. And a node here on the storage abstraction has a default state. I see, and the default state on web is an empty string, or is an empty array. So, is this a problem? Well, yes, it is a problem. It's just that I don't want to store this when it's provided here through use web connection. It doesn't make sense. Here's a case where like web code is kind of inherently different from the React Native code, and it's troubling, very troubling. So set session does specify the connection key. Maybe it would also make sense for it to specify the default session or the default connection. So with use web connection, it's a single connection, whereas mutate connections is used when we're setting the session. Well, I'm trying to figure out what's the strategy for what needs to be saved in the local storage. Because currently at the time when the session is saved, that's when we go and write it down, ever since this default became an empty array. We still do use the storage mechanism to save the session. Set session doesn't have access to it. Well, while we're using effects, we could actually use effects properly. because use saveCon could be missing. Wait, why isn't this catching it already? I guess that's the real question. We're going to learn something about our code, and then we're going to use that knowledge to fix it. Specify the config and the saved connection. Might as well put this in an object so it's a little easier to read. One would hope. So yes, finally we're in dev mode of our web app. Web app? Web app, where are you? Here you go. Was the log statement in the console here and I missed it? Why is the console looking so bare here? I don't buy it. Do I have some sort of filter going on? What's going wrong with my dev tools? Refresh. Shift refresh. Open dev tools. Console? Console, aren't you showing me one issue? Wait, here's the console. I'm kind of confused why the console is not showing me all the content. Where are the errors? I'm expecting more errors than this, you know? The application isn't at the level where there would be no errors. Okay, but at least it's working. But wasn't it supposed to log this? Web connection, and then you just log the config. I see. It's because we're running the built application. It'd be nice if one of you had told me that. You're next. Just kidding. That's just exactly what happens. You think you're running one code, but you're actually running a different code. Alright, now we're running dev mode. We should hopefully see our changes now. But it sure is nice that in production, our app is so quiet. It's not like logging all this junk. Okay, web connection and web connection effect. So the effect happens. So config origin and savedcon.url. So there's no savedcon, and yet there is a config origin. So clearly this reset connection does happen. Oh, I see. So with reset connection, we have everything we need to create the connection, but we're just mapping over the ones, and it might not actually exist. So here's a great opportunity. So we need to identify if the connections has it. So we're basically looking for the index of a connection where the connection.key matches our key. So if it's not equal to -1, then we know it already exists, and we should be basically mapping. Otherwise, it's our duty to create it. So we're going to include all of the previous connections, but then we want to add our own connection, which is basically this. The only problem is we don't know its name, so we're just going to use the key as the name. Because it's just a label, it's no big deal. No biggie. Or we'll fix it later when the user sees things they don't want to see. That's when we'll be motivated to fix it. Okay, did we fix everything? Is everything fixed now? Please. Come on. Wouldn't that be nice? Okay. I wonder if I know my own username and password locally. I guess I don't. Who has time for that? When I can just have a nice email notification. Wow. ZDQ48. ZED, that's one of the code names of my projects. Well, isn't that convenient how it fixed it? I like the sound of it, how it being fixed. That means that we can actually deploy a fix to the web app that allows people to log in, at least this far, where they can log in, and they can come and set their username. We're not on the web app, so let's go ahead and go through the deploy process now that we've identified the fix. And let's also clean up whatever changes in our code base haven't we made a mess? Can we see the working copy more clearly, please? Oh, this is a great change. Excellent cleanup done in this file. And over here, yeah, we just need to clean up some log statements. Looks pretty good to me. This implementation is still junky with the memo and the use effect. Oh, I know it's super small and you probably can't see it, but the memo and use effect use I'm not super proud of, but not that the memo is bad, it's just that in conjunction with the local storage code, this is not done very well. Here be dragons. Okay, time to test our quote-unquote deployment workflow. This is going to be really painful. And then we'll see why we need to automate it. We really need to automate it. Okay, we're logged in on our server, and we need to push this new code. So we have a little bit of cleanup to do. We have to clean up the previous build. And we don't want to balloon the data usage on our server, so it's pretty important to clean stuff up as we're completing with it, but it's annoying. It's very annoying. So let me refer to my file. We're going through the build process. So we're doing git clone into the build name. So here, everywhere we're referencing zbuild01. I'm just going to rename it to zbuild02. Because this is the second build. It will be highly representative of how tedious it is. Now we run yarn. This is probably going to be the slowest step of everything. It's just loading all the depths. Prep the depths. Prep the depths. It's like swab the decks. But instead of pirates, we're developers and we're prepping the depths. Slow step done. Now, slow developer is next. Okay, I delete this junk, and then I run our two builds. First for zoo web. It's not nice that the only error that we experienced in production was actually the same. Oh wait, no, we are experiencing WebSocket errors. So the only real error we experienced in this production experiment was with WebSockets. And maybe that can be fixed by just fixing the caddy configuration. One can hope. Okay, I take it back. This is the slowest part. This is depending on Webpack. Webpack is short for pull your teeth out. So, hang on. Creating an optimized production build. It'd be faster if I paid for a more expensive server, and it would have been worth every penny. Well, what great weather we're having today. The picture is crystal clear. 0 dropped frames. This whole stream. We're almost at 4 hours. And we're going to keep on going just a little bit. Yeah, we're still waiting on next build here. Alright. Now we're going to build the server side, and we're going to see how long that takes. Okay, that was fast. As we know, it's super fast. I was trolling. It's just way faster. Now, we run our slow tar steps. This is the last tar step before the build is complete, at least. And it's pretty slow. And the opposite of this is also pretty slow, but it's probably because we are installing the node modules for all these different projects as opposed to the 2 projects that we're really trying to build for here. But it is a question. Maybe I should make builds for individual projects, like for my 2 different services. I can make 2 individual builds because One of those services is actually reusable and can be configured to be used in different cases, and that's the web service. But the API is like something that usually has its own use case kind of baked into it. Okay, so we've created the build. I'm gonna do let me just delete the build directory. Now we can do a disk usage of the new builds, just out of curiosity. Same size. Okay, great. So I don't know what I'm doing now. I need to go back to the notes. Now we need to basically expand into, now the build process is done, because we've cleaned that build directory up. So now we're going to be using build 2 and sort of expanding it into Zerve. Okay, so yeah, now we're going to start the deployment process. So for the deployment process, by the way, I have a choice. I can choose to use the same instance, the same service files, or I can use a different instance by basically creating new service files and setting those up. But because I don't care about having downtime, I'm actually going to continue using the same instance, and I'm just going to replace the files that are used, and I won't be replacing any of the service files. So here I'm going to be targeting deploy 01, but if I wanted 0 downtime, I would be targeting deploy 02, and then I would test out that deployment, and then I would transfer traffic over to it, and then I would shut down the previous deployment. But that's a painful workflow that I don't really want to deal with right now, because it involves using different ports and things like that. So no thanks for now, but that is the ideal workflow for 0 downtime, is start up your new service, test it, and then transfer traffic over to it. And you can shut down and delete your old service. So I'm going to cd into home/zerve, and I'm just going to remove the deployment 01, which is not good because here I'm going to shut it down first. What is it? It's z. I'm going to stop that service, and I'm going to stop this service. And I'm going to remove so this is the downtime that we're talking about. We now have service downtime while we're doing this process, but it's just going to take me a minute, and it's far easier to do it this way. Okay, so we've deleted the previous deployment. Now we're going to copy into the new deployment. We need to copy our secrets file into it as well. And then we need to make sure that the Zerve user actually owns this deployment, because we are root. We don't need to edit these service files. We don't need to do a daemon reload. All we need to do is start the service back up, I believe. There's no error there. And there's no error there. So let's take a look at the status of both of them. And it looks like both of them are running. So I think that's a deployment. So that was like, what, 20 seconds of downtime while we copied over our code and restarted the service, basically. It would be even less downtime if we were a computer doing it, but if there's any problem with the new service, we would be kind of stuck because we don't have the old service to fall back on because we had already kind of gotten rid of it. So, here we go. Now's our chance to try logging in to our service. And I hope it works. Eric@Zerve.app. So of course the reason that email works is it redirects to my personal email through the Zerve, through Cloudflare's email redirect service, which is a very handy service. Like inbound email is such a pain, but Cloudflare makes it easy. Okay, fingers crossed this gives me a session. This isn't what it's supposed to do. Did we not build and deploy properly? Like we went through the whole process that should also even have the new backend code running, even though it's mostly the next code that we needed to get fixed. So why did that not work? I know there's this WebSocket issue. The WebSocket issue isn't the problem. We prepped the depths and everything. Okay, tell you what, can we get the logs? Log it to me. Mr. Z Server 01. Okay, here, can you do follow? Creating session. Oh yeah, it's the same thing. But then the front end, what gives on the front end? Is the new front end code not running? I'm going to do a shift refresh. Because we should be running the new code that's able to use local storage properly. There's probably a big variety of people who are like, why aren't you just using sessions and server-side post? And there's a good argument to be had there, for sure. Probably my best argument is that it's already working on mobile. Like, I don't think mobile has this bug at all. I can log out, email, Eric@Zerve.app. I do the dance, the same dance. There's formatting issues on mobile, and it's like it looks ugly, but it's the exact same variety of ugly that you get on desktop. Isn't that perfect? If it's going to be ugly, it's at least supposed to be consistently ugly. So yeah, this is why I'm not using server-side post and everything. It's like this is like a functioning authentication system on React Native that I don't want to get rid of. So, or that I'd love to just fix on web rather than re-implement in a dramatically different way. So that's what I don't understand, is that we fixed the issue locally. Auth? And yeah, we're like logged in locally. That's not like proof that we fixed the issue, but it is because we fixed the issue. Log out, and then we try logging in. Put in any of my email addresses. Am I just like compulsively doing this to prove that... What did I just prove? Absolutely nothing. That's what I thought would happen. But I also thought that would happen when I tried it over here. Did I not restart these services properly? Oh no. You know what it is? It's a callback to earlier in the stream. You know, it's something that content creators do. Like me. You call back to some earlier content, some earlier bit that you were doing, and that's what it is. So an earlier bit on this stream, I had not updated the Git content properly before doing the build, and that's what happened this time. I'm quite confident. So we have to do this build again. I would call it build 03, but it still is basically build 02, just done properly. So we're going to cd back into our root. We're going to remove z build 02, and we have to go and rerun the last 15-minute build process because we screwed it up. Because the first thing we need to do is cd to zerve.git new yarn or git fetch. I'm going to do get log because we needed to see that this latest commit exists and that it is set to main. Now we're ready to go and do zbuild02 again, the same thing we just did. Aren't we lucky? This is the part of the workflow dubbed Patience Simulator. Where all of the weak, impatient people get distracted and start, going to YouTube or TikTok, I don't know, something terrible. But this whole thing is punishment for skipping the first step of the build last time. Here's another Patience Simulator boss fight. Even the best of us get distracted at moments like this. This is when I would be interacting and rambling with people, but there's no one here. Or one, I'm sorry, to my viewer, I'm sure you are here. I'm sure you are enjoying. I appreciate you no matter what. But it's kind of good there aren't more people here. Because they'd be like, oh, why aren't you using this technology or that technology? And I'd be like, well, I don't know. Why should I be using that technology? I'm just trying to make it work. Just trying to get stuff done. And Next.js is pretty popular. Remix, though, I should really think about Remix. I was looking at The problem with Remix is that it doesn't support React Native Web very well right now. But it seems like a really quick, nice developer experience and a really great user experience. I saw Next.js had a RFC today talking about all of the ways they're being inspired by Remix. I'm not sure if they specifically referenced Remix, but they've got all these Remix features now. Okay, oh my gosh. Wow, I had a total baby and came back, and then it was like a 9-month incubation period for that one. Sorry, I don't mean to. Do not mean to diminish the significance and pain of having a baby. Okay, we are now ready to package up our build once again. So this build includes all of the code, including all of the node packages. And that means that no matter what, if something goes wrong with npm or whatever, we will have at least a few builds of recent versions of the server that we can run and we can reconfigure in order to sort of keep things online. Also, once this build is complete, it can be used on other servers, as long as it's basically running the same operating system. Okay, now this build is complete. We can remove the build directory. Now it's time to go and deploy and use this. So there's a few steps. All right, we're mid-deployment process. Let's go ahead and remove the previous deployment. But first we should stop the servers. We have those commands somewhere up here. Okay, now we can continue with the deploy process here. Then we should be able to start both services. Okay, no complaints. And we can also look at the status of both services. Great. Now, of course, we should double check it from the web front end. All right, I'm hoping it'll actually let me log in this time. I was hoping that last time, but I'm also hoping it this time. What a weird code. Thank you, I've logged in to my not production app, but to a real web app that's on the internet. It's on the internet. Here, let me close this. That should make it really more obvious that it's like, look, it's a real app. Okay. The other thing is here right now, this is a local talking to a local test server. It's talking to some other junk. Oops, wrong place. We can go into server connections, create a new connection called dev server. HTTPS dev.zerve.app. Well, thanks for capitalizing it. That's always so annoying how it fixes this field. We hit create. Now dev server should appear on our home screen. So the red bubble here means that there is a WebSocket. It can't connect via WebSockets, but it's clearly connected. Because look, like there's the authentication thing, there's this part which we know is not implemented, just like that's not going to work right now. Just like how on web, if we come over here, it doesn't work, it's just as broken on web. It's just how we like it. Want to keep broken consistency, you know. So now, because we're logged in, we can go and create our stuff in our store. New file. Yeah, we haven't fixed this, but what's cool is like this store is loading. This is the user's data that's available here. And here on the mobile app, here I'll tell you what, on the, wait, no, we can't do it because this is broken. Yeah, well, we were coming up against like the sort of dead end of what I've actually implemented. But I'd love it if there was an easier way to go through that deployment process. Also, the setup process should be automated. But maybe we can fast track it. Maybe we can just start working on that deployment workflow. And yeah, there are different ways that we could do it. I'm trying to think about the options and trade-offs here. But let's make it so that this server is able to perform the build, and the deployment will still be a manual affair. Isn't that great how YouTube pauses this automatically? Or it gets paused automatically just because I switch my headphones. Gotta love it. Well, I do appreciate the 12 hours of DMCA-free copyright lo-fi for Twitch streamers. Some pretty good songs in here. So we are logging into our web app. Time to close all of our tabs in celebration. Have you ever done that? It's like, wow, congratulations. You can now close every tab except for one, except for the tab that you care about. So yeah, let's make it so that from the time we know there's new code, we can basically just press one button and it will create the build. And then maybe eventually we can make it so that GitHub itself, when there's new code pushed to GitHub, it presses the button itself via a webhook, and then the code gets built. automatically on the server without having to like spend money on GitHub Actions, because we're already having to spend money on this server. So might as well use it for everything it's worth. So the build process is to make sure that you have fetched the repository inside of the root directory, then perform... Oh, also, yeah, this application here is running as Zerve, but we are root. So if we want the application to be able to build itself, we should probably run it as root, or or we set up everything as Zerve itself, which is doable. Probably that's more responsible. So that way the Zerve user is the one that does the actual builds. That's what I would recommend to myself if I were starting and I hadn't already done it this way. But I'm not sure I have the patience. Clearly this is done in a pretty primitive way. I could be using a whole lot more tools to make this easier. And I would consider them. But I also like keeping it so simple that I can really understand what's going on. So we can write a bunch of code that performs the build. But we can also make it so that the server accepts kind of arbitrary logic, and then we just do it from the front end, and we kind of have the front end scripted out. All right, well, I think I am going to wrap up. This has been a lot of fun. We've got the Zerve app running on a real server in production. As far as getting the automation going, I think I need to do a little bit more soul searching about how I want to do that, and do a little bit more prep work and laying the groundwork, because I only want to have fun with you on stream. I want us to be really productive together, and that's what we were today. We finally got the app working in a way that I can test it with my phone. I can test it with the web browser. Is it perfect? No. Are web sockets working? No. And is the production service working where it's set up on the proper host? No, not yet. But it's definitely doable, and we're well on our way. So thanks for joining me so far. Thanks for hanging out, or just for liking and subscribing, and hopefully commenting on this and on my YouTube and on Twitter. Also, feel free to hang out in the Discord. We just got the new Discord command. Discord! And also check out, of course, the YouTube channel, where I should be posting more content, but I'm not so far. But, this would actually be a good thing to post content about. Like, this is the process for deploying so far. It's pretty basic, pretty painful, but this is what it's like, and now there is something actually deployed. So yeah, maybe I'll make a video about that, maybe tomorrow. We'll see what feels like the right thing to do. Also feel free to tweet at me. We've also got the Twitter, maybe. And that's it. So thanks for joining, and I hope to